So the question was Orishas, what people believe in. Take 6 billion of them and don't give them any books, okay? And don't give them any words. They're going to look at the sun and they're going to believe in the sun, all right? The mind itself does that. It wanders. It explores its environment. And it makes the attachment to its environment just like insects. The mind is just a part of the environment on planet Earth. And that's what it's doing. It's a muscle. It likes to work. That's what it does. So, if it needs to work on a story, a belief, that's what it does. And it likes to have others join it on this experience. That's what it's doing. The conflict comes when you are being forced to use your mind to go on a journey that your mind does not want to go on. Not all minds are the same or frequency. But we must allow all minds to do as it wishes. Why? Because of the infinite. The infinite. The mind is a part of the infinite all. If I'm to pray to God, the word I would use to describe God is all. So, for example, I'm to navigate this realm. And when I say give thanks to the all, what I'm doing is the wind that I'm going to face, a bird that could fly in my face, I'm trying to recognize the all so that I will be safe in my navigation. Or the law of recognition makes me connect to the cloud, the black hole. That's the all. So the reason why some of the mind needs to make that connection with that God force, the reason why the God thing is necessary, or the Orisha, or the mermaid under the sea, that the woman was sitting down and she saw this fish lady and she wrote scriptures about it, and then it became a religion. That's the mind. Brothers playing tricks on her, but that's what stories are. It attaches, and that's what the mind does. Separate yourself like a butterfly. Butterfly don't have no mind, we care about no Orisha. The highest realm of spirituality I was teaching is when we go back to do what the butterfly does. Not have a mind. So what we're all doing with this mind is to put it to work. It's exercise. It's like going to the gym with a couple of people on earth. And that's all they're doing. Exercising their brain. When you step away from them and look at them, you realize they don't realize all they're doing is exercising a muscle. But what the butterfly is doing is exercising a spirit, a life. So what you have to do is get rid of the mind and all these thoughts and books to attain back to the bird and the butterfly and the tree. When you get to that level, you'll be okay. You could accept everything they're saying. I could accept all the Orishas. If I accept a tree god, it's like accepting the water god. So over time, as our brain develops into philosophy of religion and theology, and we're trying to find out how the world works, there's these spiritual entity around us that we can't explain. There's things happening in realms we can't explain. So we attach to it to remember it, to pass it on to our children. Ancestor worship, what is that? Let's say I say black matter is my ancestors, or I'm a child of the star, or let's say I'm a child of electrical magnetic energy. That's still my ancestor. That's the change that make me happen. So you see, the mind is very, very, very complex infinitely, and that's what it does. Our mind is an interpretation of the infinite. But what we have to do with our mind is teach it how to recognize or to be in the infinite. So now God has to have a name that makes sense. All. What is God? All. How were we created? Were we created? No, we were never created. We're part of the all. We just change and balance. We were never created. God the all. Nothingness is the all. Infinity, the stars, the skies, it's the all, and it's infinite. So when I walk out my house, I'm interacting with God outside of me, which are the trees. So God is not just inside me. Deep within me, that's infinity, and outside me, that's infinity. What is limited is our understanding. And that's where the books come in, the orishas, what we experience in this realm. And that's what I'm teaching. So God is not within. God is the all. Even the understanding, which is limited, of the infinite above and the infinite inside. So there's three grounds we stand on. The overstanding, the infinite outside, and the infinite inside the inner standing. The confusion is the understanding. We have limited books on earth that can explain the all. The understanding will never explain the all. Right? So what I'm showing you is that this is what the tree did for man. Medu Neter created books. Mermaids created gods. Sun worshipping. Why did they do that? God, the sun is our savior. The Son of God. The sun gives us life and food. The cow gives us food. That's our God. Well, they're all our God. Because they're the all. Every Orisha, every mermaid, every dark matter, every Dogon, everything. People choose what part of the all that they want to focus on, their mind on. Okay, Jesus, my God, yeah, okay. That comes from the sun. So you see, it's a competition. It is you trying to find out what to connect to in your mind so you could have this connection that you have to have. And you have to know.
That's because the Bible said there's only one true God. So I think that is the reason people want to find the one.
Yes, and
not the all.
There's a challenge. So now when you minimize God to a he, a man, and there's only one, and then that's now a doctrine, you go to the butterfly and preach that. And the butterfly is like, okay, well, I must be that one. See you later. So we can create powerful frequencies and energies. What we're creating is portals of energy and consciousness. And that's what men love to do to control each other. Now, if churches were saying this and not ever accepted no money, and they were really loving and caring and not killing each other, you know they're on the right path with the one true God. He, my Lord, He who died for us. A story. Just like the gods in the rivers of Africa. How the world was created. With Nun. And out of a potter's wheel. And out of the lotus plant. All of these stories. But remember, time develops man's brain. And we are only using over 10% of our mind. Holy crap. And they say in the movie Lucy, when we get to 90% of our mind, we could disappear and reappear. We could truly be, quote unquote, God. So this little brain we have, fighting each other, trying to agree to disagree, it's only 10%. What? 10%. 10%. So, what are we really doing? We're 10% in ignorance and 10% in confusion. We haven't attained anything. Struggle to fill the gap in our mind. What did I recognize? That if I start using words differently and I start understanding the commonality between me and a butterfly, I could find what this thing is that makes everything work, change and balance. It's not something you could touch and feel, and it's not a he. It's something that's working in every single dimension. So for me, that's my God. Change and balance. So I'm going to apply my God to me to make this flesh that I am right now in harmony with my environment, with my mother, with my daughter, with my bank account, with the flesh, with my planet Earth. So once I found God and what God is a change and God is a balance. God is not love. Because a stone can't fall in love with my emotions. It has to work both ways. God has to work both ways. God has to, for me personally, everyone has a personal God they have to find, or a personal way to think. What this God thing is just a thought. Everyone needs a thought frequency to ride on. If me and you riding on the Jesus frequency, me and you good. If me and you riding on the Allah frequency, me and you good. You see what's happening here? We establish waves in frequency with our mind we call words and doctrines. There is another frequency, I'm not saying bigger, but we could take these words and make it as infinite. So it's all mind games. So then we love on this planet to execute what change and balance is doing. So for me personally, Rondie's God that I could apply to my life and how I pray to my God, it says, give thanks to the all. Why am I doing that? Because I want to recognize that everything around me that I can't explain, everything inside of me, I give thanks for it. For I exist to give thanks for it. The food. So I give thanks for the all. You, my woman, my baby. I give thanks to this all. And I put mighty at the end of it, almighty. I didn't say it's a he. I didn't say he's my creator. Because nothing was created. All we're doing is change and balance in the all. So I was never created. I don't have a creator. Nor do I have a beginning, nor an end. There's no beginning. In the beginning, God created. That's major error. Because now that's a person, that's a thing, that's a he, that's a magician, that's a higher being. There's no higher being. The coconut tree is equal to me. Because a change and balance is happening to the coconut tree. One commonality. Everything is connected, so nothing is higher than nothing. And whatever is being formed is just changing. It's not being created because energy can never be destroyed. So energy can never be created. So energy is and always will be. That's the power of this Almighty. And that's what the Africans were trying to teach. That you cannot put a label or a name on this entity that is infinite. And when we think this way, we now open up our mind to the infinite possibility. So we're not worried about how people of certain mindset consider this. So they have a choice to worship their Orisha or anything. Let them do as they please. As long as you could find the all in you or outside of you. So the all is in this petal, this flower. Thank God for this flower. That's the all. The all is inside you, your idea and your emotions and your feeling to love. So the all is everywhere. Who would ask the stupid question, where does the all come from? The all is infinite, so it doesn't come from anywhere. When did the all start? It has no beginning. So where is the all? Everywhere. Infinite. What we have to do is, when we ask a question, give an answer that cannot be challenged, that has no holes. And this is why change and balance, not having an opposite, is so important. If I was never created, what am I doing? I'm changing. If I never die, what am I doing? I'm changing. And how often am I doing this? Infinitely. This thing that I'm sharing with you now, as I get better at explaining what I'm experiencing and how I could represent the all, so that when I rewrite the priors for mankind and help them to all agree on one thing. Whether you're an atheist or a Christian, or guess what? All exist. There are things existing around you, and there's things existing inside of you. That's the all. It has no opposite. Who says all, or there's none. The all is also the nothing. The all encompass the nothing also. You dig? So another man will say, well, Rondie, there's nothing. We really don't exist. Okay, well, that's the all too. So whatever word we want to choose, we just have to recognize the infinity. And that's what man is trying to do. The problem is when man created religion from the SUN, and they started to think about higher powers. Oh, the sun is higher than us. There's some, and then we're higher than the animals. We start to measure things. And math became something of man. And then another man comes and says, well, math is the ultimate. The universe is mathematical. You could measure it all. No, you cannot measure infinity. There's no number. Numbers really don't exist. Calendars don't exist. Days don't exist. Everything is infinite. Holy crap. You're stuck on this realm on stupid. With your little planet, your 7 bodies, creating a little world for you. And you think you have a system. There's no such thing as math. You created that based on your environment. But when you get into your emotions and your music, let's measure your emotions. Can you measure your emotion mathematically? Your feelings, your touch, your ideas? So does math exist in all realms? Ha ha! But can your ideas change and balance, your emotion change and balance, your feelings change and balance, the afterlife change and balance, the physical change and balance, your bank account change and balance, your black hole change and balance, infinity changes and balance? Change and balance occurs everywhere in the all. And whatever is common in all things, emotion, ideas, and dimension, that is the answer to the universe. That is the tool of the universe. That is the function, and that's how we should function on earth. Use that tool. So, change and balance will work for anyone in any religion. So now when we wrap our mind around changes that we have to make to have the balance and coexist with different people of different ideas, we find the simple commonality in all different realms. Then we truly can connect with all that other beings and species and then nature and make that wholesome connection to the all. So what I'm teaching now finally is how to pray. For me personally, no one has to change their way, but wrap your mind around the all. Center yourself within yourself, and then you're centered in all objects, trees, and time and everything. So Earth has a lot of information. It's called the understanding. And it could bring you on a roller coaster ride. You could have the mind of man, or you could have the mind of infinity. The mind of infinity has no beginning and no end. It has no positive or negative. It has no yin or no yang. The mind of infinity has no left and right brain, no X and Y, no man and woman. The mind of infinity does only 2 things, change and balance. And everything after that is a bonus. And that is the commonality with the mind of infinity. So this is the mind we're trying to attain, an infinite mind with infinite acceptance to anyone who believe in whatever they believe in, because they're on their journey to understanding, which is an error. Understanding God is the worst thing you want to do. Just being you is the connection you want to make. So when we use our brain to try to figure out God, that's where it comes in error. And I have to put the mind back into context. The mind is a muscle. It's a dog. You just have to train it how to have an infinite mind, infinite possibilities, infinite thoughts, infinite happiness. So what they did on earth, based on the consciousness that they were, especially the conquerors, what they did was to use whatever tools they had to create these different things for control over these spiritual beings, so they wouldn't have this freedom of thinking and freedom of thought. Okay? So, if we want to, I have to recognize the wind, the Indians did, the Africans did, and some of them have to recognize their dead ancestors, dead grandmother, because they never died. They never died. Grandma is still living, maybe in a different realm, but she's still alive. How can Grandma die? Grandma can't die. Grandma just changed, like a butterfly. So when they give thanks to their ancestors, it's because the ancestors are still around them. Nothing, it's just in a different cupboard. Okay? So they could do whatever they want. You might be at a stage that you want to process things differently, and they won't let you. I had to consider myself a galaxy. So as a man thinks, so I became. I started to accept the infinite mind. When I think I'm created, I'm thinking of something outside of me making me. When I'm a part of making myself. Because I'm the energy that never dies, that never ends, that never begins. You see? And that's what you are too. So it's a mind game. It's a trick. It's a play on words. It's all about putting the mind in a position where they could have control over it. And once you start freeing your mind and knowing how to connect with the all of you, because remember, the entire infinity is in this body, right? And that's what you call the inner God. But when the spiral of the infinity is walking, and then you're walking, and then outside of you, there's something outside of you. That's you inside out, outside in. You dig what I'm saying? So then, boom, mind-blowing stuff. But it shouldn't be, if you were taught correctly how to use your mind. So that's what we have to do. This goes against the doctrine. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. Nothing was created. It's just changing. In the beginning, God changed a couple of energy into flesh. Who's God? The all. Okay, I could dig that. So create is wrong. Change is better. In the beginning of Earth, planet Earth, let's make some adjustment. In the beginning of planet Earth, these humans popped out of some particles and some other stuff, and it changed into human beings. Okay, we're good. Because it had to come from somewhere.
I know, right?
Huh?
That makes better sense.
Yeah. In the beginning, there was the sun, and on planet Earth, there were a couple of planets, and some explosion happened, hydrogen and stuff, and some bacteria, and it started to change over millions of years, and God, the all, created man. Okay, I could dig that. That's what they're talking about when they say create. It's not really making something new. Because nothing is new. Everything is infinite. So
nothing's new under the sun.
Nothing is new under the sun. Yeah. So, in the beginning, and when it comes and in the end, God will destroy and have fire and brimstone. What it's saying is, in the end, the all is going to change you into, and you're going to break down into hell, and you're going to go and you're going to be into hell, and I'm going to burn. All right, if you burn my body, I guess I'm in hell. What the hell? And you must fear your living God, because I am your living God, and God is a God of wrath, and God is okay, yeah, the volcano is pretty powerful, the sun is really hot, don't want to go there, it's going to burn you. That's God too, that's what they're talking about. I am your God, I am fire. Okay, get it. I'm a jealous God. Okay, all right. I'm jealous too of my girlfriend seeing another man. So I'm part of God. Get it. God is a jealous God too. Yes, God is all of this. Because God is the all. So you can say whatever you want to say about God because you're in the all saying it. You want to go call God a he? Go ahead. I'm God too. You're God. God is a she. God is a dogen. It's Jesus. Okay, I get it. Because you're talking about the all. And you could take out anything out the all and make it God. Can we dance now? Can we kiss? Can we make love? Can we have some babies? Because guess what? Christians are no Christians. My nature eyes, you're Muslim. We'll talk about your belief after. Okay? After this party, after this alcohol, we'll talk about what you believe in. You see, let's intoxicate you with this life. With this dance. Because when I see you gyrating, I'm going to gyrate next to you. And if I don't ask you what your religion is, I'm going to get to like you until I recognize your mind is playing tricks on you. And then all of a sudden, we're not equally yoked. We can't love from the heart anymore. Oh my God, we're not equally yoked because our minds are different. We think about God differently. How can we think about God differently when we're all in the same all? Hello? Okay. Damn it. So this is the confusion. This is the separation. We try so hard to separate ourselves, but we can't. And this is where we start trying to destroy each other because we can't separate ourselves. It's impossible.
Rondie, do you not think that Europeans have a different vibrational frequency to black people?
The Neanderthal mix in the flesh might allow the brain waves to function differently, and it's true. So it's the mixture of blood and genetics that makes that entity a bit different, and also the Asians. So what you're saying is fact. Okay? Some of them do, some have a different frequency. So again, does a rose in Africa or a lizard in Africa have a different frequency than a lizard in Jamaica? They act differently? Yeah, all lizards don't act the same. They have different lengths of tongue and they eat different things. Right? And that's what we never really focus on. The difference that makes us all the same. In the all. And once we recognize the African needs to live in a certain place and we're not tricked and fooled by them who are not like us, and we think they are like us because we thought wrong. And the minute we start realizing, holy crap, we're not the same, that's when we recognize we got to protect ourselves. Because they know they're not like us. So when they kill us, and we're screaming for, we need human rights and justice. This is humanity. Hey, you're humans. We're not. We're mixed in.
How would you now explain that? With that different vibrational frequency, how would you explain that we're evenly yoked?
Well, life itself, the frequency of the all, we're equally yoked because of the all. A butterfly, I don't cry out, my God, that lion is so disgusting and it's such a beast. It's part of the life form. It's part of the all. My job is to learn how to coexist with these beasts we call men. So we have to recognize what they are, and they have to recognize what they are. And we can still coexist. Because if alien exists, we're going to have to coexist. Okay? Because what we're going to... So the question you're asking is, again, ask the same question again, please. I'll expand on it.
So if we're not on the same vibrational frequency as European people, how are we equally yoked?
life is the common denominator, the fact that we're on this realm. So the realm level, our change in balance makes us equally yoked. Okay, but on different levels, we might not be equally yoked. Okay, so there are different levels of our commonality, right? The main source of our commonality, change and balance. The main source of our commonality is this life form. So basically, there is a lot in this life form that makes us equally yoked. Okay? Hold on.
I'm here.
So does that help?
I'm here, Rondie.
That helps? No.
Yes, it does.
We're equally yoked on a bigger realm, but in the smaller realm of our everyday life and our culture and our wants and our needs and our habits and our food, we will see the apparent differences, right? But what you do is increase the consciousness of each being. And once you start increasing the consciousness of man, then you start removing the barriers, because you see the mind has a space. When you take it to the furthest point within itself and it can't go further, what it has to do is to submit. And most humans have to meet the higher consciousness one, which the reason why they consider, when you put these words together and have a savior or the light or the Jesus or the Buddha or the Krishna, the one is a brain on a human being that has processed the universe in such a way, when that one speaks, it creates a common clarity for everyone to unite and heal. So that one becomes God, because that one is understanding mentally in that one's mind how the universe and infinite work. So the enlightened one is one that can explain all things, and the fact that you could explain how all things work, or explain how to balance in that village or that earth, and teach and make people be at rest in their mind, body, and spirit, that one becomes a God among those who cannot explain God, which is love in one sector, in one religion. And now in this sector, I'm coming to challenge that and saying God cannot just be love. God is universally really change and balance, because that's what's happening. It's the action of the infinity. So my contribution to humanity is to say these things, to get the mind into some kind of alignment, you see. So you have to rid your mind of the lower level of consciousness that some people have, and recognize you're trying to attain a level of consciousness, and with the variables of books you have and who you are by blood, for you to come to, in this time period in your life where you were born, all the variables that make you come to this understanding, you already know from your understanding and your overstanding, but what you're trying to do is understand how to explain this. You're struggling with an explanation of the universe, an explanation that could bring all parties to the table in agreement. So what I'm teaching now is the all agreement. And what we suffer from as human beings is to agree to coexist, regardless of how our secondary muscle, which is our brain, functions. That's what we're trying to do. And if we only advance ourselves to the all, to the no beginning and end, to the no creator, the infinite mind, then all of us having an infinite mind will not be egotistical, and we will share infinitely all we have, because that's what fish and trees do. They drop their leaves to the ground. They don't ask for taxes to replenish the ground. The dead bee dies and gives his life and continue on in spirit, and part of the cycle. And we do not give ourselves to each other and help each other because we're some compartmentalized in our differences and our ego to acquire physical assets and things, because of our consciousness of a greater need and wants is not yet established nor do we have the teacher to bring us to that level. So the teachers are very important for us to align our mind that way, to free our minds, and to teach you that you don't have to worry about what people around you believe. The greatest challenge for you is to be a part of them, because you have to recognize the all is infinite, and they could infinitely believe and do whatever they want. You have to be an inclusionist. You have to be a coexister. Being a coexister and not a resistor. Coexistence, you can't resist. Resistance is futile. In the universe, nature don't resist each other. Nature figure out a way to coexist and create new plants, new species. And as human beings, once we learn how to coexist with each other, we'll create new ideas and we'll have new experiences, right, on this journey. So me coming here and speaking to someone, me calling myself a galaxy, I didn't call myself as I'm God. I never said that. I said I'm a part of the all, because if I'm God, I should be able to change everything. And guess what? I can't change everything. Mm-hmm. What I can do is change my mind to change the little realm or the world I live in. And that is the humility that I have, that I could help you to change how you think. And when you change how you think, you make that connection that's personal to your universal identifier in the universe or in the infinity.
And those nuances makes a huge difference, because there's a huge difference between saying I am God and I am a part of God.
Yes. And
it's those little ebbs and flows that makes a huge difference.
Yes, and sometimes our emotions and our tendency is to recognize the all within us, and then we're like, holy crap, I'm feeling something here. I am. And when you hear people who are saying, I am, well, they need to complete the sentence, I am a part. You should never just stuck on, I am the I am. I am a part of the all. I am not the all. Okay?
Rondie, you've just literally connected that last dot for me, because I have two sides of me, because on one side I'm like, actually, I'm a part of God, Mm-hmm. And then the other, the conflicting part of me is thinking there is a higher being, but what you've done in this conversation is just connected that last dot. Mm-hmm. There's no higher and lower. We're all a part of it.
Yes.
So, I really thank you for that, because now I know, no higher being created me. And no, I didn't create myself, but we all are in it together. We just are. It's infinite. So I love that.
It's a better way to look at it, so that you're not looking outside and you're not being too egotistical. And then I'm recognizing you as the I am, and I am the I am a part. So, the wind doesn't say, I am the only oxygen particle. No, there's so many little O2 that makes oxygen. The ocean just says, I am the big ocean. No, there's a river. Oh yeah, there's other water bodies. You see?
I love it.
And then, I am the only fish with red stripe. I am the fish. The cool thing about the all, it could be all encompassing within our minds, because our mind too is infinite. So our minds can take us anywhere we want to go. It's like, take it down a notch, baby. Take it down way a notch. You'll enjoy more knowing that you're a part of it, so you could enjoy your position in the existence and in the participation of this life. So that beauty allows me to live longer. Because if I found out that I was God.
I know, right? I wasn't really thinking about that, Rondie. You have no idea.
And then I'm walking around looking for food like, who's going to pay my rent? But you're God. So what these So what these mad people's like, I'm God, I don't need money. Well, you're gonna die of but I am God. All right, so here's what. No food for you, and let's see how long you live. All right? And be obedient to the wind. I'm God, I don't need oxygen. All right, okay, let's cut off your air supply. All right? Breathe, baby. I came back and I'm going to control you. Now, there are madmen in the woods right now swear they're God.
Rondie, I love it. Honestly, this is really connected with me.
Take them out of the madhouse and they're like, oh, yeah. Go take a... So, balancing, change and balance. Change and balance. No beginning, no end. No higher being. You're part of it. Two little circles they created for us. Oh, you gotta be positive or negative. Yeah, the particles after. In this realm. So what if there's another realm? And there's a positive and negative and a segative. Holy shit. What's a segative? Well, we haven't got to that dimension yet. Where you're gonna be positive, negative, segative, begative, jegative. Like, holy crap, hold on. Wait. We haven't gotten to the fifth dimension yet. Oh, there's more.
The great conjunction happened.
What's
So
that?
we are in the fifth dimension now.
What do you mean?
It happened on the 21st of December. So we're in the fifth dimension, right?
21st of December, what happened there?
The great conjunction.
And this conjunction is what?
When Jupiter and Saturn aligned.
No, here's the...
And it hasn't done it that closely in 800 years, apparently.
All right, now, here's where you messed up there. What you just talked about is your little galaxy, right? Now, let me help you.
Mm-hmm. No, but that thing, the 7-hour video you sent me, it said that
wait.
Sirius A and Sirius B has turned the corner.
Good. So, but here's what I'm saying in context to that. And you're right. In this realm, with these little marbles moving, it's affecting us, right? But it's not great. There's another one right outside of that. 2 other big marbles. And outside of that, there are 2 other bigger marbles. So what happens is...
I love you. I love you so much. So who's playing with the marbles, Rondie?
The all.
The all's playing with the marbles?
So the all is playing with the marbles, right? And playing with your life. So here's all astrology, not astrology.
Oh, wow. That's deep.
Here's all astrology, right? That have you looking at numbers in your little quadrant, in your little... So then, what is...
Numerology?
And then numerology popped up, and they're all in this classroom of this all. And numerology pops up like, hey, everything is about numbers. And Infinite looks at numerology like, shut up. There's no such thing as numbers. Hey, you see these planets when they're aligned? And all astrology says, jump up and say, and infinity, shut up. There are infinite amount of you aligning. You can't measure it. Oh, shut up and sit down. So infinity is the great teacher. Because infinity will give you no answers, no numbers, no calendars, no alignment, no measurement, and no thought, and no name for God. Infinity will leave you complete. Infinity will leave you satisfied. You ask an infinite questions, you will get an infinite answer. So why ask that infinite question when you know you're going to get an infinite answer? So shut your mouth and enjoy the experience. Enjoy.
Rondie, please do a live on this.
No. I'm just going to put this recording together and give it out. Put it out there. Okay? I don't waste my infinite power. I'm always recording. Okay? This recording between me and you was necessary. I can't repeat this because you're the spark for the question and I'm the spark for the answer. Without the great balance of your voice and your questions, I can't speak like this. It's the coexistence between me and you. If I go live and explain this to some Christians, they'll have my head. And they tried that before. So I always have to hide. I always have to hide. I am a part of the all. Okay? So corrective language. We see sound and language speaks through our mouth. It goes back to our ears. If you tell your ears a lie, your spirit becomes a frequency that's not balanced with the truth, which is changing and balancing and coexisting with the universe and all things. It's because we keep telling ourselves lies because our eyes see lies in books. And our eyes starts reading it in our minds. And we tell it to our spirit. And our spirit's like, wait a minute, something is wrong with this. I was created. I was never created. Here comes the confusion in your soul. You can't rest. Because you've told yourself you were created. And you told yourself there was a beginning and an end to you. You even told yourself you were positive and negative. And then you're just a balance and a wave going through. Accept what you are. You're just a change and a balance. But I'm love. Well, go fall in love with a stone. When was the last time a stone fell in love with you? But love is universal, Rondie. A mosquito can fall in love with a moving train at 1,000 miles. I love that train. I just love that train. Stop that train. I want to get on. That's what the mosquito said. Because I love that train wheels that's moving at the speed. Love is universal? Really? Love among yourselves in this realm. But that black hole, was the last time that black hole fell in love with my ideas and my thoughts and my emotion? When was the last time a seahorse fell in love with my bank account balance? It's changing and it's balancing. So when I find the unique identifier in the universe that was happening everywhere, I was like, Eureka, I think I solved the greatest equation of time. Everything is not loving. That cooking oil bottle is not falling in love with a jet plane in Mexico. No! How can love be universal? But Rondie, music is universal. When I touch the table, is there music playing? No! Vibration is everywhere. But Rondie, vibration is everywhere. Wait a minute. Is vibration really everywhere? Well, to have a thought, you have a vibration. Okay. To have a feeling, there's a vibration. Yeah, vibration vibration is everywhere. But how am I going to apply a vibration to my relationship I'm having to my girlfriend? You can't just use an identifier in the universe. There are problems here. Use something that could solve the problem. It's a mathematical kind of equation, right? But you need two. Change and balance. You can't just say, use the vibration and change the frequency of the vibration and then we're going to have a perfect world. You just said change the frequency of the vibration. Change dominates the vibration. The vibration is changing. Change governs the frequency, the vibration, the ideas, the sound. Change is a bad mother. There's no opposite that bad boy. So I change my mind to coexist, and I change my life to enjoy and be happy how much I spend. And I receive change in return. So this change and balance that governs all. Four-legged dog, the birds flying, and the one at the center, they have to switch from the one at the back to take leadership, to change, to help. Point is, this conversation me and you having is necessary. Because the reason why I'm happy is because I've journeyed within. I've seen a lot of information on earth, watched a lot of things, and I've trying to figure out the commonality. To solve a problem, find the common denominator. to divide all this confusion, to simplify and get the answer. Find the common denominator. And when you find the common denominator, you will come up with the answer. But not all of us is going to get this far to explain this. Some of us were born here, enlightened. Selassie, I'm a God. All right, great, no problem. I am part of the all. If Selassie is enlightened to lead you in your consciousness, fine. Selassie can be your God. If Jesus, with the words that they said, Jesus said, can enlighten you, I am the I am, in your consciousness and create that coexistence for you, fine. Jesus is your God and the only God. And he shall pass, and okay. But who is the God for the butterfly? Jesus? When was the last time the butterfly ended up in church? Offering. Well, the butterfly doesn't matter. Really? Who's the God for the butterfly? Well, he is the God of all things. He created a butterfly too? Really? He? And that's all you have? So then, did he create the butterfly? Oh, but what if I said the all formed and changed into a butterfly? What if I said the butterfly was God? Because change happened and the butterfly existed. The tree's God. So we all know this. But it's mind games. It's how you use words that realigns the mind. Confusion is, words are, what they say, word power? Powerful. So what we had to do to realign the consciousness of our mind is to kick some of these words in the ass and throw them away. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. Okay, let's revise that. In the formation of mankind on planet Earth, the sun, the dust, the oxygen, the water, all that existed in this realm formed entities of life with consciousness, even similar consciousness coming from the sun. So we were manifested based on our environment. So hopefully we can coexist with all species because all are connected. So you can't talk like this and expect everyone to process this. They have to listen to it over and over and over, because your mind, has been trained to use words like creator, beginning and end, negative, positive. How many times in the people's spirituality you hear them say change and balance? So these two tools that I found. So how did I change and balance? Well, I want to live in Jamaica where the climate is better. I figure out how to make money. That's my change, to have a better balance. I know what kind of wife I don't want. I know what kind of wife I want. The changes in my choices. Okay? I know what kind of religious doctrines keep my mind hurting a bit, so I don't go near those religious doctrines. I know I can change to look at the trees and the butterfly for teachings and water, and be one with nature, to change my practices so I don't have to believe in water or believe in a Orisha. I don't have to believe something exists. I could touch it and eat the fruits directly from the tree. If death exists between time and space, the death in my mind, the lack of consciousness, if death exists between time and space, the fruits on the tree should not be picked. Consciousness should not leave us. To get the full advantage of consciousness, universal consciousness, you climb the tree and bite the fruits directly. If you remain connected to the branch, you'll be given a second chance. So that poem came to me because I recognized that the tree had a connection with the all. The tree plants into the ground, electrical magneticity to the earth. The earth pulsate that electrical ball of fire connects that to the SUN. The SUN connects it with another SUN and infinitely. The network of the all. So that tree, that life form, that infinite life, that infinite electricity, that infinite vibration, that infinite thought, we're not supposed to try to explain it. We're supposed to experience it and enjoy it. Okay? And in doing so, we'll find the commonality in each of our life. So here comes the man with the taxes, the home, the competition, the lack of food, and we become limited with the time we're spending separating ourselves and working for meaningless objects. When I am part of the all, I don't seek to gain the all or become the all. I just want to participate in this great almighty experience. Right? So whether you're an atheist and you don't believe in God, it's not what's in your mind, is what exists all around us. And the fact that you can tell me what you believe and don't believe, your ability to speak and share a sound with me, I will connect with the sound that you give me and receive that as the commonality between us, the life. If we could have a communication even of disagreement, that's still us coexisting, because we're passing energy from each other. So even when we disagree, we're actually still in agreement. We're still coexisting and we're still connecting. We can't hide and run away from each other. There's nothing we can do to leave each other. We're in this together. But like a bunch of virus and bacteria in a bucket, we're just making noise. It's all noise. And when you calm the mind and knock the sound off and go into deep sleep and become a galaxy again, the noise reduces, your peace and tranquility increases, you become one with the all, you communicate with the all, and magic happens for you in your life, and a new path is given, and you're fully satisfied, and you move through. And if it is wealth you seek, and if it is earthly vanity or a lustful sex, whatever it is you seek after you've had this relationship with the all, you will be rewarded. So if you seek confusion and separation from man, you forever will be in an entanglement of confusion. So this journey for me was a journey of peace and tranquility. A journey of trying to rid myself of man's complication and confusion as I grew on this planet, in this land, to deal with my sense and my essence. You see? So, my sister, it's not that complicated if you stop fighting those around you and become you and be satisfied with what level you're on. You don't go searching for African deities. When you go do that, anyone who wants to do that, do that. But after a while, do what the butterfly is doing. Do what the dolphin is doing. And do what the birds are doing, because they seem to get it and we seem to have lost it. And that's the all. So give thanks to the all. Give thanks for you to listen to this period in this time. Give thanks to all music, all praises, all churches, all belief systems, all trees, all humanity, all life. Let's recognize it and be happy that we're able to recognize ourselves in ourselves. Chance to teaching a little bit better, to help to clear up some things. And
I appreciate it when you put it into layman's terms for me.
Mm-hmm. If you were to teach what I just said to you to someone, how would you teach it?
Well, taken away from this is that we're not gods, we're all a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time we spoke, what really resonated with me was when you explained the whole blood situation. And you were like, because I was asking you, why would I pray? You know, why am I going something without and God is within? And you explained that to me in layman's terms, and I actually got that.
And what?
So you're like, okay, but take plasma, you've got the white blood cell, you've got the platelets. They're separate, but all together they make blood. And I'm like, okay, I get that. I dig that. You know, so I understood what you were saying about the praying. So yeah, it does really help me, you know, because I think I'm still a baby on my journey, even though it's been a number of years. But I, you know, think I'm really new to this spirituality thing still, and you are my mentor, and I can't have these conversations with anyone else, you know, but you. And I don't think words could express my gratitude and just how much you helped me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no words, because you probably think, okay, yeah, you're just explaining something to deeper consciousness, but you have no idea. Actually take these things away and apply it to my life, you know, so it really does help me.
Okay, I'm happy. You know, without a presentation like this, sometimes people will leave me confused, you know, and they go into a deeper hole of sadness.
No, but what it is as well, Rondie, you also said something which really resonated, because it has to be repetitive. Not everyone is going to grasp it first time. So for some people, they will have to listen to the recording. That actually happened to me with one of Ray Hagen's things. And the second time I watched it, I got what he was saying. You absolutely miss it. Because when the first time you started saying to me things like, can the dolphin connect with, you know, whatever, and you were saying about the mosquito and the train, the first time you were saying that song, I was like, what is Rondie talking about? And now I actually got what you're saying. For it to be truly universal, it has to apply to every being. It's not just a human thing. Because I, too, believe that love and music was a universal language. But the mosquito do not know who Bob Marley is. So I get it now. I get that now. And you must have repeated this thing like a good 5 times, you know, on the phone to me and even in your lives. And I always think, okay, Ron just lost me now. But now I've just got what you're saying. So things do need to be repeated, and that's coming from me that's on the spiritual plane. So can you imagine just how much crazy it would sound to a Christian? Can the socks make love to the washing machine?
It actually does, but the socks...
I get it now, Rondie. Thank you.
Yes, the socks can't make love to your emotions, like, oh, I love you emotions. But I'm just a socks. When am I going to see you again?
I just had my ha-ha moment, so thank you. It just finally sank in. After all this time I heard you say it. That's always a point when you kind of lose me, so like, I just got it.
Another thing about consciousness, if you're not ready to receive, you cannot receive.
So correct.
And sometimes it's even the electrical magnetic energy, the same body above us, that tuning our mind in to process things differently. The brain is funny. It doesn't just wake up one day and become wholesome. It takes time for the brain, oh, wait a minute.
It really does. Like, I'm buzzing right now. So sometimes it is just, you know, repeating yourself, and the teacher is only as good as, like, the worst student or whatever in the class, you know? So not everyone's going to get it. So literally it's like, this is my aha moment. I'm like, okay, I get it now. It makes more sense now.
Sometimes I was asking myself, why don't these people get what I'm saying? You know, they really need to understand that the commonality in everything is change and balance, not love. And we have to find the common denominator to come down to the common component of life, matter, and even thought, ideas, emotions. What is the common thing, tool, or words that can help us to explain what's happening in these common spaces, time, and realm?
And that's the thing, Rondie. Your teaching is the only teaching that applies to absolutely everything. Exactly. The galaxy, the animals, the humans. Your teaching is literally that only one. Because every other doctrine is very human-based. And we're just told, okay, God, his eyes is on the sparrow. He made everything, but okay. That can be, you know, sort of disputed. But what you're saying is like, but I haven't seen the dispute yet. Because it makes sense to me now. So I'm thinking, yeah, it really is everything. Literally is change and balance, you know. Can't dispute that. Yeah. Like, there's nothing greater than that, literally.
No. And it's not that we're idealizing words, it's that we're trying to create tools for us. Because you see, the butterfly has the wind, and the butterfly has the sun, and those are the tools, and the butterfly is just using the tools to be a butterfly. We humans got so caught up in the wrong tools that we don't live like a butterfly, you see. So what I would love to attain is the freedom in mind to be like a butterfly, where it's not about my rent. It's not, I don't want to pay my rent. But the point is, we have to teach the next generation what's important. And when we teach our children, we have to make sure we give them the tools to help them in their journey coexisting with other people around them. And it's fine that in religious sect that they coexist and they're happy with their different teams. It's fine. But when the different teams don't coexist universally, it's a bit chaotic, painful, destructive, and limited in capacity.
And this is what grounds me, Rondie. Like, I look out my window and I see the pigeons, and I'm thinking, it has no care in the world. Like, why is it when it comes to humans, everything is so complicated? So, you know, nature grounds me. I'm thinking, why can't my life be as simple? Do I really need all these nighties in my wardrobe? Do I really need all these things? Like, why do I have so many things? I look at the birds. I'm thinking, they have nothing, and they're happy. And there's food, and they've got a nest, and that's it. You know, what else do we need? Rondie, thank you, honestly. You have no idea what this means to me. I'm so glad I picked up the phone today and called you. But that's the thing, Rondie. Like, there's never a time when I call you and I don't learn something. And that's so sacred to me, because there's very little people that I can actually do that to. There's probably one other person, and maybe not even him, because I'll be asking him about stuff. He'd be like, what do you mean? Like, he doesn't know anything. I'm actually teaching him stuff, but yet still he's meant to be a shaman or something. So I'm thinking, that's the one I told you that told me about this thing that you smoke. Yeah. That can connect you to your ancestors. But then when I spoke to you, you're like, why do you have to go without? Go within. And I needed to hear that, Rondie, because I'm thinking, I'm not a smoker, but do I really want to do this thing and see what it's about? And that one conversation with you gave me the answer. No, I really don't. Because without that thing, without external herbs or whatever it means you go to, how else are you going to connect with the all? Just go within. Everything's already within. So, yeah, I needed to hear that, honestly.
People are everybody uses their mind in a tricky way. They never give you an answer that covers everything because they don't know it. Nor do they know how to explain it. It takes a teacher that has spent the time and humility and patience not to say, I got her now, let me do as I wish with her energy, come to my church and always call me and send me your money. Giving people the right to live and to learn in their own space and time, and to giving them a new mind and freeing them in that capacity. That is the greatest gift you could give to someone. Give them back their own self. Make them become their own teacher. Now, what's going to happen to you is, with this new way of thinking, you're never going to look for a teacher or a doctrine outside. Because what's going to happen with your mind, it's going to go on a journey and it's going to collect more of the things you need to keep you grounded.
That's exactly where I am in life, Rondie. It's not that I think I know it all, but I'm thinking, why really? Why am I going to look up to this person? I'm not saying they can't teach me anything. But I'm not going to idolize anyone and stuff, because then I realize people, they're all a part of the journey. No one knows for sure what really happens. Unless you can prove to me that someone that died came back to tell you messages. No one really knows for sure. I'm thinking we're all here, we're all learning, we're all, on a journey. I'm just not idolizing anyone, Rondie. So, you're literally the only person I can, ring. And I know before I hang up my phone, I'm going to learn something. I'm going to take something away. There's just no one else in my life like that. I can look at, YouTube videos and learn stuff from Ray Hagens and Dr. Clark and, and Dr. Sabi. But I haven't got those people's numbers, You're like my mentor. Oh.
That's why I have
Boy, have I learned today. I get it now.
That's why I have to hide.
I get it, but it really saddens me, because I think we need this, as a people. We need the teaching, But you're so correct when you say people don't take you seriously.
Yeah, you just got the whole mosquito train thing.
I just got it, Rondie. I was like, what is Rondie talking about? No matter where I am at that moment, I'll be following you. Then when you go on that little tirade about that stuff, I'm like, what is he talking about? Now I get it.
And you're a bad student because it says, Rondie, hand up, holding hands up. I didn't quite get the part about the dolphin loving your emotions. Can you go a little further on that? Okay, they said that love was universal and God is love. But the water bottle don't fall in love with the bicycle. They're different. God is in the water bottle. God is in the bicycle. God is in the black hole. But God is love. They create an equation that's blowing my mind. But God is so much more than love. Why did they do that to me?
But you know, Rondie, another thing I've taken from you is when you would speak to the animals or you speak to the tree. Mm-hmm. I do that now. When I see the sun in the morning, I'm like, thank you, sun. Thank you, universe. I want to start thanking the water soon because these are vital parts of my, very existence.
Yes.
Without water and the sun, I wouldn't exist. So, at least on this realm. Yeah. So, I need to be thanking these things on a daily basis. And because I do appreciate it.
When you say things, but people keep saying, don't thank earthly, blah, 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 blah. But The reality is, it's just recognition. The Africans never really worshipped the sun. They didn't sun worship. They're just like, you know what? I just thank whatever you are that you shined my way. That's what they were saying.
Yeah, and that's the difference. It's a difference between honoring something and worshipping something.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be bowing down to the sun and worshipping it and giving offerings to it, but I can definitely thank it. Because without the sun, like literally, where would we be, you know?
The recognition. Keep in mind, even without the sun, we still are. And the point is, we're in this form, and we recognize our form. That's what we're doing when we're giving thanks. So when we give thanks to the all, it's just like, wow, I'm here again. Thank you. You know, and for me personally, my sister, you know, this recording helps to help me to say what I'm trying to say. Because if my close student can't get why a mosquito don't fall in love with a moving train wheel, then love is not a universal. A seahorse dying to fall in love with a pancake. It's like...
And that's another thing I just got to Rondie, because I always hear people say we're all connected, but I literally just thought it was a human thing. I didn't realize I was connected to the animals. I didn't get that before. I cannot be connected to a tree. I understand people being connected, but not everything being connected. So that's another thing
you didn't?
I just got today. Yeah.
Wow. One of the films you have to watch is a film called Lucy. Okay? And you have to watch Lucy. And another film called The Ant and the Wasp. You see, Hollywood explains a lot of this in different forms. And we learn how to explain things from how others in our realm explain it. Lucy is a great film because it shows you the micro and the expansion of our mind, and even in the Matrix. So if in fact, you know, you say God talks to all of us, well, the electrical magnetic energy alone that passes through all these realms, that alone communicates between even objects. So as the electrical magnetic energy passes through the steel and then through my back and my brain, I have information about the steel in this realm. So this flux of electricity is a communication antenna network. So the entire infinity is a network. So I could go anywhere at any time, anywhere I want to be. That's why telepathically we could communicate. I could have a feeling of love for you. Now how does this love work? And the heart chakra. So then you have the heart energy, electrical magnetic energy. And I see this girl with my eyes, and I fall in love with her. What is that? Frequency, vibration. I have a vibration for her. Why? Is it our similar quantum universal frequency at the moment? At the moment. And what changes the love? The arguments, the difference, the growth. The fact that they found someone else with a different frequency and they're changing their frequency in their heart chakra. Not just the heart chakra, the essence of our universal identifier, that vibration is changing. So my love for you never stops. It just changes. Your husband, your ex-husband, you should have never not loved his children. He changed into something else. You shouldn't be mad. We were taught that we own each other and we're going to be together forever. Nothing. The infinite is forever. And we're in this form changing. He cheated on me. How could he cheat on me? I love him. Oh my God, he destroyed my life. And you're evil. You're supposed to be committed forever. Things change, and you have to endure and embrace that change. And continue and forgive. So your change in parameter, which you call your heart, can go on. The heart must go on, and Selena Dion, she sings. And we're dust in the wind. And all these singers are doing it. They're explaining it. We're dust in the wind. All these songs explain the same thing. The change in the balance. In relationship, we have to, what happens with emotions? My emotions, oh my God, I love him. I can't forgive her for what she did to me. You're not willing to change to balance with the new happenings. You're not willing to change with the condition of what's happening right now. And because you're not willing to change, guess what? You're going to suffer a price of pain. And you're not going to free up yourself.
Please explain to me, okay, because I didn't quite get what you're saying. So when I was talking about the fifth dimension, that 7-hour video you sent me when Sirius A or Sirius B, whatever it was, turned the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, explain that to me again when you said God is playing with the marbles. Like, why didn't that happen? So we're not on the fifth dimension yet? Is that what you're saying?
Sun, the red moon, the stars, and this eclipse and this. We take these and it affects our life here. What I'm saying, there's other effects happening that we don't know about. When I wake up in the morning, guess what? A quantum alignment happened 2 seconds ago. But guess what? It's not documented on Earth. That's why I just yelled and cursed at you. Because 2 electrical magnetic marbles are affecting our brain. Your emotions are being triggered by things outside of you. The wolf howls at the moon. Oh, full moon. It's because it's affecting his brain at a certain time. How many moons are there in the galaxy? Infinite amount. That's why we have something called emotions. Because down to the wind and the music is affecting us. So because we could compute Sirius A and Sirius B, which having a major effect on us as human beings. So we have softer effects and we have major effects. The SUN has the most major effects on us. And then the moon too. But what about the bigger sun that we can't see? But what about every stars in the skies at night? It's having an effect on us too. Hello. Also has an effect on our actually seeing it. It changes our perception of the world. Every grass that you see has an effect on you. Everything around you is affecting you. So why are you just measuring, it's a bloody moon tonight? Well, did you see that tree that fell yesterday? That was a bloody tree that fell yesterday. That has an effect on you. Every volcano has... Did you calculate all the volcanoes that erupted in Africa that has an effect on you? No, you didn't. You were taught just to calculate Sirius A and Sirius B. Were you taught to calculate the raindrops that just fell on you? No. You're not taught to calculate the quantum effects of all that's around you. When we look for things, we see the big things, but we never saw the ants that bit us on our feet that changed our lives, or the mosquito.
I get it now. Yeah.
You see?
I get it now.
Now that was very humbling. Because those who go after these big bodies and they all right, let's just, I got this. And this is why you take everything with a grain of salt. I'm an astrology and I'm going to now give you the answers. And because the sixth sun is aligned with the sun over there, and then you know what messed me up? I said, holy crap. All of these are using limited numbers. Space, time, and... Says, Rondie, don't tell them that there's no numbers and no... Don't tell them that there's an infinite effect. Don't tell them that what they're saying happens in different layers infinitely. I can't tell the astrology person that they're not completely right because they're dealing with only 7 planets. But there's 7 zillion infinite ones that's affecting us. The butterfly made a zillion flaps on its wings that's affected me. Am I not part of the all? So why would I want to compute anything? Why would I want to use math or even astrology? I can for the major effects. But if I think about all effects. So the movie, The Butterfly Effect. If I think about...
I watched it the other day, actually.
If I think about all effects, I don't even have to process these little numbers in these little planets anymore. I could process on the infinite math. And the infinite math is just to be. Leave it alone. Try to compute, break your head. Lose your mind. And forget to walk on the beach with your children. Because you're stuck in a room reading 10,000 books. You see? And the butterfly gets it and you don't. But Ronnie, when I finish reading these 3 billion books, boy, I tell you, I'm going to know it all. What are you going to know? How the universe works. That's change and balance. What else you need to know? What do you mean? Change and balance? That's how the universe works? Yeah, that's the answer. But I want to know who created the universe. It was never created. But it says in the beginning that was the wrong book. But you go to a master teacher, you ask stupid questions, and they'll give you infinite answers. And you're like, okay, I get it now. If I knew this long time ago, I wouldn't go on this journey to search. But I guess you had to come, great teacher, and explain it to me, because it's just an explanation. I want to cry. To think that there was never... They tricked me. Why would they do this? But it shows you that that's a major effect that's happening to you. But you need another 7 hours of the butterfly video to show you that the butterfly is having an effect on you. You see, you get one set of information and you let it dominate your mind.
Right. People run with it. I'm thinking about, have you read the Quran? Have you read that one? Do you know the principles of my heart? Have you read that?
Yes.
No.
So then, imagine if you go to Astro's theology. Yeah, that's the truth. It's Sirius A and Sirius B. What about Sirius D, E, F, and G? And we could keep going.
And what about the letters they took out the alphabet?
Well, and then the alphabet doesn't exist. And, and then now, then the calendars are different, and then everything is infinite, and everybody's trying to own something they learned on Earth. Your brain just developed.
No, because Chinese have a different New Year, and we're like, oh yeah, 2020, we've got 2020 vision, but it's 2012 in Ethiopia. Just forget everything. Change your balance, goddammit.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
I get it now, Ron. Oh my God, I get it.
It's overly using your surroundings to define the infinity. Infinity comes first, not your little world. We have it backwards. We're looking at our little stars, but we're not looking at the infinite stars. We're looking at the creator, but we're not looking at the creation. You see me? Or get rid of the word create and look at the manifestation, or just a change and balance. So it comes back down to that. You see, so without being complex or anything, I'm ready to live in my little hut and drink lemonade from the limes that I plant and be as far away from confusing humans as possible. Because if I don't stay away from them and give them my virtual voice, they will destroy whatever understanding that I have. I will be an outsider to their consciousness. And I'm bringing total havoc and pain and destruction to their world, which is in their minds. And if you bring that to a man's world and destroy the foundation of everything he believes and he sits on, you've done a disservice to that man. Balance, and I am very careful now of who I talk to, how I get information out, this conversation has been a book. Like I told you before, you as a student, you've asked the first question before, tell me about this Christ. And we started on this journey, and other people came, and I expanded. And they have to go on their journey. And one thing I never did was to try to include my journey with their journey. I share things with them. And when I find that our coexistence is a little bit off balance, I separate myself and I keep moving. This is one of the reasons why I was never married, because I can't marry a woman who can't see me for what I am, can't coexist me, and then she's looking for things in this world. And she hasn't found the I am a part of, nor has she understands the all. And then she's not living her full capacity as a supreme being. How could I ever give my life to someone who settles for less than their capabilities to be a galaxy or a universe? So you see, if we don't have similar consciousness, you're going to be arguing with me, and when you see me, you should see more than me coming in late. You should see a quantum being. And that's going to make you happy with me, because I see you as a quantum being. So this little world means nothing to us. I'm in one of the most beautiful places in the world right now. And my goal is just to build a nice square where I could live. So I've been always racing against time to have this subtle, beautiful conversation as I've grown. And a lot of humans haven't given me the ability to just speak or ask the right question. They're so caught up in their information in their head. And I'm thankful to you for allowing me at this time the opportunity to excel, knowing that with these recordings, I could group them together, send them out.
The gratitude is mutual, Rondie.
You know, I appreciate that. Because it's not easy for me to speak this way, you know. And my mind doesn't hurt. I've been training for a long time, a lot of understanding, a lot of writing. But now I want to be at the space and time where I could rest. And I don't have to be caught up in people's business and their worlds. And I could share with humanity my perspective. And we all have experience to share. And we all will add to this beautiful experience we have to share to help each other. The challenge is when someone like myself stand up and say certain things, the one that didn't say it before me becomes very offended that I found an answer they didn't find. So in their mind, how dare he said that's the final answer. There's no final answer. Well, there has to be a point where your mind can't go any further, because your mind has to stop this nonsense in order for it to be a butterfly. You see, it came a point where the butterfly didn't need a brain. You see, the tree didn't need a brain. Like, yeah, I tell you, what is the tree trying to figure out? All the tree's trying to do is obey the sun. And what's that? It's energy. You know, it makes me feel funny. Let me push out of the earth, because I feel something. And the life in the seed, like, oh, I have an explosion in me, a little fire. Ah, there's a bigger fire. Let's go say hello. You know what a tree is? Hello to the sun. Hello, it's a wave. The tree is recognizing, because in the seed, there is the same thing in the sun. Some kind of electrical thing we call life. Hey! And then humans start to recognize human, just like how the tree recognized the S-U-N. Crazy. It's all coexistence. It's a handshake. It's a hello. This life is a hello. Hey, cloud, you're over there. Hey, wind, I'm over here. Fish, what are you doing? Birds, I'm singing. It's all life is hello. Okay? And if we just recognize what everything is doing around us is recognizing itself. It's hello. Can we just recognize what's happening? Change, and we're balancing. So when you look at planet Earth, it becomes clear. And the beauty of it, and then you say, God created all of this. Yeah, I could work with that. The all changed this into the form, into this realm. We just have to correct some of the how we use the words. Well, God made all of this. Yeah, God did. The all changed to create this balance. So it is the words that we use that define the realm that we are in. Language becomes the key to our understanding. And the bird has a language. Tweaky, 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 tweak. That is the definition of their world. The tree is dancing in the wind. That is the definition of the tree's world. Rondie, will you ever be a tree? Hell yeah. Is it? Because I was before, will again, da 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 da. I am part of the all. I am everything. And I'm metal. I'm wood. I'm a teaspoon of every star. I'm hydrogen. I'm carbon. So then I'm part of the all. And all I'm doing is recognizing my existence. And that's what this life is on earth with man and woman. Just a recognition that we are a part of the all. And that's what prayer is. That's what giving thanks is. So my dear, I'm going to compose this. I appreciate you. I love you. And I hope that this will help anyone else who will listen to it. Just sum it up for me.
Change and balance, people.
That is greetings, blessings. That's what it means to me. Greetings, love. That's what it means to me. That's why I wear these stones right here. You only find these in Utah. Tiffany stone. Brings about peace and love and unity. Makes my heart soft for my people, for my brothers and my sisters. Love.
This is that same place you told me about. So no, ma'at, what does ma'at mean to you?
Balance. My art is all equal change and balance. That's what my art is. It's the same thing. There's no difference. That's what attracted me to this, to all equal change and balance, because I said that's my art.
It's truth.
It's the truth.
It's the only truth.
It's the only truth.
So you say A equal C and B forever.
That's it.
It's the only truth.
That's it. That's why I'm here.
That's why you're here?
Change and balance.
Change and balance?
Yeah.
So you're here because of change and balance. The doctrine?
See, I have issues with trust. Always had trust issues. Change and balance. That's why I'm here.
Oh.
Learn to trust.
Oh.
Change and balance.
Oh. So when the truth hits you, the only truth in the universe, from now infinitely,
it's always been there.
It started to grow inside of you.
It was always there.
But you didn't know the words.
We didn't know all equal change and balance. We knew my art. We studied Kemet. We know my art.
But you never knew the universal equation. Because my art was done by a man, but all is for the ants too. And the trees and the birds. So all represents what they call God.
All.
It's all.
Everything.
So when you say your prayer, you say give thanks to the
all.
All. And what is the all doing?
Changing and balance.
So You weren't created, you were just a change and balance infinitely with no beginning and end.
That's it.
So everything you've been hearing me say, it not only makes sense, it's the complete truth.
I have no issue with that.
So me as a mortal being, when I express that, how do you think I embark upon, how do you think I was able to write that formula? How? I'm a man, you're a man. What did I do?
There's nothing outside of you that doesn't exist already inside of you.
So I activated.
So that's all. That's all.
So now that allow you to trust me, like this brother is speaking truth.
That's why I'm here.
People, what the man is saying to you is this. Rondie Pottinger of Jamaica, right, wrote the formula for the universe. And I'm not crazy, because if I'm crazy, guess what? You crazy.
It doesn't matter if you're crazy or not.
Okay.
That doesn't negate the fact that all equal change and balance.
So
What does it matter if I'm crazy or if you're crazy? Because I've been called crazy numerous amount of times. So what?
but the truth, whether you're crazy or not,
Still remains
only
the same.
truth.
Still remains the same.
All.
Equal change and balance.
So this doctrine or this formula can be used in your stomach, in government,
all over.
in the beads,
Everything.
in the water right now,
Because it's
in
everything.
the black hole.
Because
wait,
it's everything.
So later on you will go to Africa and teach this. You will tread the end of the earth.
It's being taught right now.
But you're
It's always been taught all along. It's just those have ears that can hear, those that has eyes that can see. It's right there.
So now you're a disciple of change and balance.
Always have been a disciple of change
Because when
and
you were
balance.
born, when you were transformed,
From then.
you've been a disciple.
From then. See, we just don't know these things. That's all. That's all. We just don't know. So when you find out and you know, that's when you can walk in your power then. See? That's all it takes. It's knowledge of.
The all.
That's all.
You see that bird right there? What is it doing?
Changing and balance.
Okay.
Everything. You can't get away from it. No matter how you try.
It's the end of consciousness, right? It goes above all
it's
religion.
the beginning of consciousness and also the end of consciousness.
It's a cycle of consciousness. Because what change and balance tells you, there is no beginning and end. So when they say creator, that's an error of words. Because energy doesn't start, energy doesn't begin.
So when you're dealing with humans, I guess what happens is you make errors. It's errors. So we can't
Fault.
That's it.
We clarify.
That's all.
As we grow and change and balance,
That's
and
all.
we see and we learn from nature, we clarify.
That's all.
It is not wrong or right, it's clarification. See clearer. And it's not. So with this ultimate truth, crime can reduce. Hate can reduce. You had a fear of trust, and you trust me, and you're going to trust many more because you're going to change to balance. My brother, welcome to the sanctuary. People, this might sound very light, but it's infinitely heavy. And we change and balance, so sometimes they don't see we for what we are, but we're all a part of what? The all. Right? We're not the all.
It's not how someone sees me, it's how I see myself.
Okay.
That's what matters. How one sees themselves.
How was this journey of Jamaica for you?
Beautiful.
Your favorite experience? What is that?
Jamaica.
The whole of it.
The whole of it.
You love it? Would you live here? Is it your first time?
No, it's not my first.
Second?
Yeah, second time. Won't be the last.
And how your wife love it?
She's loving it. She's loving it.
Music, trench tone, reggae, vibe, beach, fish,
The whole line.
the whole thing. You would invite your other brothers and sisters to come.
Already.
So the whole exodus for African Americans should forward. You're the first. And you, my friend, are one of the first disciples of change and balance that proclaim it as the only truth. So, consider yourself infinitely accepted into the realm of everything. I love you and guide and protection forever, and your children know. So we have helped humanity to balance and to clarify. Alright, my brother? One love. This is Rondie. Jamaica Good Life. So now, people, that's what we did as black men. We come to clarify. It took me 50 years now. Because I'm not even supposed, this video is supposed to release when I'm 50, because I'm not supposed to talk until I'm 50. It's the code of conduct. It's the change in balance. It's the humility. It's the study. It's the nature feeding me information. It is the listening, not the learning and not the reading. Listening. It was through listening I heard. It wasn't through searching. There's no books that could help me to write the formula. I listened. And it came into me. Listening is the greatest learning. The greatest ignorance is the greatest wisdom. I listened to what the tree was saying. The birds were showing me. The ants were showing me. It was telling me something we are obedient to. And it's bigger than all words that you can read, Rondie. So your God is my God. But there's a commonality between the ants' God and your God. So I search for that commonality. What is common between water, stone, breathing, exhale, emotion, thoughts? What is common? It's all changing and balancing. The sister says it all has energy. But the commonality of the all must solve a problem. If I come in the room and me have a problem, I say energy. That's not going to solve it. Vibration is not going to solve it. And then when I found out that love has an opposite called hate, and change didn't have an opposite, I said, wait a minute. God, the all, has no opposites. So the doctrine we're sharing, not spreading, not indoctrinating, we're sharing clarity because we are what? Human beings. And in the beginning we recognize, we didn't create, or it wasn't created. It was this mind that was once in the cave start to recognize the trees. And it was you not creating, you were recognizing because you're part of the all. And in that recognition, it was good. And then you slept after 7 days because the all does not sleep. So is the ability that you're recognizing as your brain is changing. You wrote these doctrines, say it was the beginning of your brain developing so you could recognize. So your brain, the consciousness of your mind started to quote unquote create things. When your eyes open in this realm and you being a part of this realm, you started to recognize things around you, and the God in you started to explain it, and it ended up in books. And in that ending up in books now, it was supposed to help us to heal us. So me and you as man could coexist. So the law of coexistence, you can't get away from it. You can't find anything higher. So they use the incorrect word, higher power. Well, they saw the sun and said it was higher, but it's not higher because it's connected. It can't be higher. So they keep using size as relative as distance and separation. So the brain being split, everything starts separating in ideas. So the X and Y, everything is separate to man as he perceives it to be separate, but it's not. So the infinite universe, nothing is higher. So they're looking for a higher being. Well, the being is infinite and the being is changing and balancing. So we look for the commonality of what the all is doing so we could apply it to our stomach, our relationship, and now change and balance can fix governments, wars. In this new doctrine, we will able now to fix society. Because every man, ma'at, will have judgment of a change and they seek for balance. So what we call destruction, every move you make, you have to question the move. So you question the move, and the move you have to is being judged by the balance, either by nature, either by laws. So the balance is always watching you, and you're a part of it, and you're it. But you activate the balance with the change, and you navigate the realms in harmony. Because the entire black hole is doing that. And even what we call collision and destruction and volcanoes and all that stuff is part of the change in balance. Lava, nothing bad about it. transformation of life. Nothing bad about it. But the frequency, if disturbed, it creates the inharmonic balance. It balances off. So this doctrine, my brother, it is the end of consciousness for mankind. You can't go above it, below it, beside it. It is it that the sand speaks to you as change and balance, and the waters. And this is why today is important, because you travel all this way, not to meet me, but to change and balance, because you had trust issues. This wasn't about me. This wasn't about Jamaica. This was about you. And everybody that I met in Mordecai, it's about them. They found a healing message. I said, but wait, go check Rondie. Some of them come and they might expect me for magical. I said, no, me just have a clarity may I share with you. Some of them get the healing and they say, all right, Rondie, no, but why you fit? No. It's not me. I'm just saying something that is revealing within you, that is making you breathe again. Communicate with all the limbs on the trees. So give thanks to the all. So when you pass the bird say, hey, he did give thanks to the all. The water knows. And even the metal in the car before it hits you. Whoa. I know that guy. Because he knows me. The living particle in zinc and metal has changed and balancing. And because he now understands the equation, how the universe works, because he understands it. Because he's thinking like the universe. He's now back in the network. This was about putting you back in the network. When you started thinking something is above you, you're fighting to come out of the network, so you're confused. And you spend your life on earth searching for truth in books. And the tree was right there telling you, all I'm doing is changing and balancing, and you couldn't see it. The words. Now the true tree doesn't practice ma'at. The ants don't practice ma'at. It doesn't know what ma'at is. But it knows what changes, because that's what it's doing. Man practice ma'at. But stone don't practice ma'at. Because now that's a man way of interpreting the consciousness and the balance between man. Man has to coexist. So man has a brain with nature, and that brain with nature teaches man how to coexist in the realm that he is. Now man being a part of the all, when he goes to another realm, he has to learn to coexist again as an energy. So the energy is changing, balancing in realms we don't know. Now why is the negative and positive to be put in perspective? You don't separate the circles, because you're aligned. There's no start to your line, no beginning, no end to your line. So you're either balanced or off balance. So it's not a circle. It's not a yin or a yang, negative or positive. So they say, why is that yin and yang, Rondie? Well, that could be change and balance. Let's change that to change and balance. Positive, negative. Let's change that to change all. Yin and yang is no more yin and yang. Because the stone doesn't practice yin and yang. The stone practice change. So let's clarify, yin and yang is change and balance. Alpha and omega, there's no beginning and end, so it's change and balance again. Let's replace all equal what?
Change and balance.
I mean, we're talking about 20 minutes here. So, my people, what Rondie Pottinger, the Jamaican youth, did, like Bob Marley said, one love. Rondie said agenda unity. So we don't have to unify physically, so we unify with our agenda. And our agenda too, all equal change and balance. Our agenda is to balance within ourselves and to use the truth. And once we use the truth as an individual, balance will come upon humanity. So it's bigger than one love, because we see this one love turn to one hate so many times. If anything you're dealing with has an opposite, it will not complete the cycle and the balance between the trees. If you're not living good among the trees, you're doing nothing. Because they are our ancestors. So if the ancestors trying to speak to us and the barking on the tree, the books are there, and you're not listening. So the trees teach us about change and balance and the great humility to the SUN. So you see, my brother, this is epic. I'm going to release it. Because the world must know that the truth is here, and the only truth that governs all religion, all life, all emotions, all feelings, all ideas. You cannot run on the sun, so you change your ideas to balance the realm that you're in. Even ideas are governed by change and balance. Your emotions are governed by change and balance. Your feelings. And between your eyes and that tree over there, the adjustments of your eye pupil is changing and balance to see it. And the space between it and the particles are changing and balancing. Beneath the ant's leg, before he steps, and his ankle is changing and balancing. Look at the microscopic level of the commonality. We wanted to know what God was doing. So God is energy. God is life. God is love. God is Jesus. God is all. God is feelings. God is Allah. God is brothers. God is sisters. But what is God doing? And if you say God created us, how did God create us? Now, God created us, if that's the language, let's use that, through a change and balance. So create is change and balance. So how do you form a potter's wheel? A pot, you turn it and you put your hands to it and it's changing through the balance of the turn. So now, what makes the clay wasn't made. The clay came from somewhere. You didn't make the clay out of thin air, nor did you make the car. Because the car is made of zinc and oxygen. And where did the oxygen come from? Infinite. So the chicken or the egg, which one came first? None of them. It's a circle. There's no beginning to the chicken or the egg. Think of God as a circle. There's no beginning and end to you, nor to the all. That's why the all is so powerful. Because there's no start to it. And there's no stop to it. And you happen to be an extract of it, a part of it, experiencing this realm. So the oxygen you're seeing came from where? The trees. The oxygen wasn't made. The tree breathed that out. From what microorganism? The stone hits the stone and things are changing. And then we would say it creates itself. Or it changed and balanced, it forms. So we don't like the word create too much because it's like somebody's doing something. But you're a formation. You're being formed in all realms infinitely at the same time. You understand? So here's the change and balance of the family, and we're out. In the recognition of self, when you start recognizing who you are, that's what happens first to us. And that's what's always happening. We're always recognizing. But when you recognize your power within you, the challenge now is to extract it and manifest it. To make it become real, not to you, but to others. And that's called an inspiration. So Michael inspires, Bob inspires, you inspire, I inspire. So we're here to recognize who we are so we could extract and inspire just like the sun. So we're shining. Some of us are searching, but some of us are not activating. The freedom, man. The freedom. This is how it's supposed to be. So see, this is the physical peace and tranquility. Look at the unit. Where's the building and the 9 to 5? Energy can't leave. Put a circle around it. They keep circling around. They're part of the infinite. So even the symbols and things that man has done here, it does things to our earthly energy and traps us on this planet so they could use us over and over and over and over. And the spirit never goes back. So then the teachings that the next generation learn, if they learn change and balance and they learn to open their mind into a circle and not a closed circle or a divided circle, the ancestors go through them and then the ancestors are free through the children. So this planet is keeping a lot in prison. We're here to free even the dead. And the dead loves us because we speak and they live through us. So our ancestors, 400,000 in the graveyard under the sea, wait on us as kings to speak the truth. So if we don't find the truth, they will never get back in the infinite, stuck on earth. And that's where pain happens, because if the spirits don't live in harmony, they're here in chaos. And the chaos manifests itself in the flesh, in the cities, in the young youths, because of wrong indoctrination, because of beginning and end, because of condemnation of man being sinners. Man negativize themselves, so they start searching for the positive version of them, because they were told they were negative. So all your life you're searching for the good part of you. So you see this work, my brethren that accept, it's deep and shallow at the same time. It's nothing and it's everything. So this war for me is serious. This is a war of soul, a war of fear, a war of consciousness, a war of words, a war of life. This life is going to be captured in their graveyards if we don't free them with change and balance. If we don't teach them the universal law. Not laws, law. And there's only one law to the universe, all equal change and balance. And there's other sub-laws. Coexistence, connection, laws, hate, other. Law of attraction, all of them. Energy, everything else come after. Because the change is the consistent. Whatever is changing, manifesting your interpretation of physical perception, that's what you call physical. That's the balance. Because of the realm is oxygen. That's what's called the balance, because how the realm was formed. So when the realm changed and formed and you interpret it as physical, the starfish, I always say this, the starfish ask her questions and the eye pop up. The question was the reflection of the water from the sun. There was a light. The sea was dark. And a fish cell, not the cell, saw light from a distance, and because the cell was inquisitive, it started pushing against the skin. And the light was the question and the eyes became the answer. That's change and balance. You see? So the unicellular is always changing, but if the temperature changes, it gets in, it moves towards it. So the sun changes direction, and the wave changes, and everything is changing, and it's an infinite temperature, location. Boom! Something come up. You see? So that's what you call God. The question and the answer. So your eyes are an answer to something that changed, that forces that cell to appear different. Your nose is an answer. Something happened in the environment that's caused you to have a smaller ears. You had a bigger one before. You had a tail. Man, you had a fin. And something changed, you had to walk out that water. But who are your ancestors? The fish under the sea with the light. The same electrical magnetic energy that you could glow underneath the sea. Under the sea is the same light that's shining in you. Your pineal gland that hangs over your forehead, that's that fish. That's your ancestors, not Africa. You go to that fish and talk, commune with that one. And then you go to Alaska and find the virus there. I know your name before you were a virus. I know your name. I know more than men, more than women. I know stars without flares. Consciousness said, I know men without ears. Damn it. I know stars without flares, men without ears. Now that I'm here, I came to be the ending of you. The ending of your consciousnesses, man. The ending of your stupid doctrines. The ending of your words. I am the ending of your words. All equal change and balance. So all your words ends there. I've compressed every single word in every single thing in the universe into 2 words. I'm the ending of your consciousness, because it's brought you misery. So I came to give you change and balance. Put you back into the cosmos. Back to the fish that you were. Back in relationship with the butterfly. Fish is changing, balancing, butterfly. So now you're changing the balance again. So the butterfly doesn't have a brain. And the only reason you have a brain is because of the change on the surface. Your brain started growing because it saw the sun. If it was in the cave, it will still be a dummy. It wouldn't change because it's dark in the caves. You wouldn't write anything. You wouldn't have the sun consciousness. It's the SUN that gives you that brain. Activate the electrical magnetic in your back. Hit on your skull and ask your skull, who's in there? Apply heat to your body so your body starts getting harder, growing. That is our sun god, our changer, our cooker, our chemistry master. And then the moon came and said, let me give you gravity. And the stars came and said, let me give you language. Study my patterns. And that's you start writing books because of the stars. So is the stars your ancestor? The fish, the ants. But what is the commonality of all of them? Change and balance. So we being ancient beings, right? So we being ancient electrical magnetic being, we being conscious being. As a being, my consciousness has been challenged, pressured. What I've achieved is the edge of consciousness. I went to the light and I had to bow down. You cannot look into the light when you get there. You have to bow down. And when you get there, you're allowed to take certain things with you. I took it all. Some go and are given a few. When I went, I was given all of it. So I could come back here and write a formula. Because I was obedient. And everything the all told me to do, I did it. And to pay me back, because there's always payment. Because if I'm obedient, like the tree to the sun, I will get fruits. If I'm obedient as man and I listen to the all, I will get the answer. I will walk with the all. So I could explain the all. The beautiful thing about all the teachers before me is that they document the word. So the word becomes your Lord and Savior. Ma'at. So no man carries the word goes through me to you. And then when I'm gone, my words live on through you when you tell a story. So what saves you? Me physically, my name, or the word that you heard from me? So that's how man manifests that word. So the word is my Lord and Savior. Because the word was before him and her and him and him. The word is inspiration. But then the butterfly doesn't listen to the word. So what is the word of the universe? All equal change and balance. So the books are for men. Because of men's cities and men's laws, the books are not for the butterfly. So I want the books of the butterfly. Because the butterfly is my family. The birds and the trees. Give me the book. Give me the God that the tree praises. I want that God. I don't want man's God. Because the tree that, the God that the tree praises is more supreme. I want that God. I want to know that God. I want to know the God that the water is a part of. I want to know why the water has ripples. How is God making that water? Change and balance. It's the God of the water. It's the force that what we call control the sand. And when I step in it, it changes and balance. And when I write, this is just like writing an ink. When I put the ink to paper, that is like stepping in the sand. That's change and balance, man. That ink is always changing. It's never solid. It's always a river. So everything we write becomes a river of our consciousness. Everything we write, everything we do, the music is a change and balance, an extension of us extending ourselves in our inspiration, and we live forever through the digital age. So then if the sun is digital, electrical, magnetic, we would invent the internet. So we become machine. It's a change and balance when man become machine and go in realms that flesh cannot go. So now you're going to transform and become a transformer. You never die. You become light. You become ones and zero, Neo. Transformer, that's what they were trying to teach us. You're changing into machine through your stories, and the internet now is capturing you on the arc, the archive. So the concept of an arc is the internet, the third dimension, the spiritual, the virtual, and the real. And the virtual captures you and transforms your flesh and your ideas and your story. And it's going to take all that information and later on puts it in a machine as emotions. And you will live again in another dimension as a machine. With the, close to the original emotion as a human. Because you documented all of you. So the only reason why you're here is to capture yourself, like ancient Kemet when you wrote on the wall. Your only purpose is leave a trail behind, like a snail. The only reason you live is to document yourself, is to leave a trail, a footprint. That's what you do when you walk on the foundation. So you leave that footprint, that trail, and that information is going to be taken away into machine, and you're going to come back and visit when you were a fish, when you were man. You're going to come back here and visit and look at yourself and say, oh, that's when I used to be human. But now I got some of the information, because you see the beautiful thing about these beautiful creatures, these electrical magnetic computers of the sun in this realm, they can never die. And they are constantly changing by the environment and their inspiration. They make planes, they make computers to transform themselves. So they transform into music, and they can never die. Their stories can never die, because life and energy can never end. So we must look at all the facets of life, what we call organic. You see, this teaching is important because we're going to come back again and 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 again, and we never stop coming back. And we change forms again and again and again and again and again and again. In my mind, I always told myself, I am a galaxy. As a man thinks, so he is. I didn't think of myself as a man, nor an African. I thought of myself as the galaxy. So my brain started to think like that. And once my brain started to think like that, the information in the galaxy started to come into me. Mine was wired differently. When I hear words like creator, my spirit will say, but I'm infinite. I was never created. When I hear words like beginning and end, because I'm speaking from my spirit, then my spirit says, but there's no beginning and end to me. So the God in me started to teach me that, hey, if death exists between time and space, and I start writing poetry. And now as the book of Ron that I wrote 10 years ago made me aware that the universe was talking to me, like all of us. When you look at words, it programs you. It creates a maze in your mind. Letters and words are not natural to human beings. Sound is more natural than writing. Writing comes secondary to man. Sound is primary in the universe. Sound everywhere. Words are not everywhere. So the sound comes before the word.
The vibration.
The vibration comes, so the vibration is the word. Work with. And to me is, Inspiration come, you write it down. You say, holy, everybody say you're crazy, you're this, you're that, but you're thinking differently. You just need the time to wrap your head around what's going on. You have to transfer it now from the spirit, and you have to bring it to the flesh. That's the hard part. How do you take what they call the spiritual mind, which is the infinite mind, and bring it to the planet Earth? You have to know how to package it. How do you bring the entire universe in a book? You have to condense it. How do you describe the entire universe? Plastic, stars, money, bank account, everything in the universe. How do you describe it? Love? A stone cannot fall in love with my ideas. How do I describe my ideas in relation to a stone? Change and balance. Everything is changing, it has no opposites. Change has no opposite. Balance has no opposite. When you say no change, the word change is still there. When you say unchanged, the word change is still there. When you say off balance, the word balance is still there. So it's not an opposite, it's a shift. When you say dark and light, that is an opposite. Love and hate, that's an opposite. Anything that has an opposite cannot be universal. My iPhone cannot fall in love with my taste, so it's not universal. It works for us. But my taste is changing and balancing, and my iPhone, based on the temperature, is changing and balancing. So they have something in common. The color in the curtain is changing and balanced, so the curtain is red. And because everything is changing in the universe to balance to become what you perceive it to be. So if you are an electrical magnetic vibration or energy, line or particles, how did you become flesh? You weren't made or created by the infinite network. You change based on your location into flesh over time. And then your mind changed. So now how did you write the Bible? When your brain started to work in this realm, this is when you said God created, because it is you an extension of the all. You didn't create it, you recognized your environment. And it was good. And then you slept after the seventh day. The infinite God, the all, does not sleep. So in the Bible, when your brain starts to see what's around you, that's when you saw it was good. So when they say, and God created this and God created that, the right word to use is recognize. So you recognize it. You didn't create it. Balance. Everything. Everything. From your vocal cords to the word, to you moving your hands on the paper, to when your mind changes, your hands change to create the balance you call words on a paper. The end result, the words never change on the paper. When the ink goes on the paper, the ink is still moving. Okay? Put it in water, it changes. What's on the stone changes. But your mind has to change for you to move your hands, and you produce the word, and what you produced or what. So it's a connected infinite change and balance for you to write. So once you finish those words, that's like you becoming flesh. Your thoughts now, your vibration is transferred to a writing, and the word has power. Because you're transporting your inspiration So because you are a change and balance, you could change into anything. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you could change into music. So when you're playing music, what are you doing? You're changing your energy into what? Music. Bob Marley lives forever. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you, I get it. I get it.
You see? So how do we change governments? Change your mind so you're not sad. Is the word in the Bible. The word is also a change and balance from multiple humanity. The purpose of the word is for us to understand each other. The most important thing you need to learn is this. The three standing that we stand on. The overstanding is the infinite galaxy. The understanding is the books that we have on earth. They're limited. They cannot and will never explain the infinite galaxy above or below us. No above and below exist. It's just infinite. So what we call the overstanding is what's in all these books. The inner standing is the same thing up there in the stars, what's inside you. Because that's the infinite loop, right? And then the understanding is you trying to document your experience. Here comes the Bible. So all these books on planet Earth that we've already written, it's called the understanding. Now that's limited. And the reason why men are always fighting each other is because the understanding of the infinite inside and the overstanding, the understanding is limited. So we're always fighting because what we're sharing with each other, trying to create harmony, it's incomplete. So, I think you got the aha moment now.
We're still bumbling. We're bumbling.
Yes.
And we go to fighting like kids.
Yes.
Like kids. Oh my God.
Now
hence
you
the
see.
wars. Wow.
So my job was to teach humanity that you're still babies. And until you understand what God is doing and start using that as the commonality between you, you could be in harmony again. Pay attention to the butterfly. They change in balance. They don't have a mind, but they're doing what God is doing. The birds change formation. When one is tied at the front, they change to balance. The dolphin. Nature is following the law of the universe because we have the ability to document around us. You see, the brain is just a way to transfer nature into a book called Media Nature and then the Bible. We know how to transfer through our strainer. The mind is just a strainer. It takes and it perceives the environment with the eyes and the senses, and it transforms it into words. But snail and ants also have language and markings. Tree bark has language. The tree leaves have language. The universe have writings. We think we're the only one that's writing something. A snail is leaving a trail. The Bible is just a snail trail. It's a breadcrumb. Our experience is all that we're recording. And because our experience is all that we're recording, wait a minute. So our mind is just a transformer. Our mind is just a transformer. And we're electrical magnetic energy. At some point, we're going to become a transformer. So we are trying to transform our organic flesh into metal. So we are an electrical magnetic program, and our infinite life is based on the information we collect here to build memory, so we could put this memory into machine so we could go in other dimensions in space. The human consciousness and the purpose of us and the purpose of energy is to change the balance. Because this life never started and it will never end, we have tools among us to transform us into other entities. Bob Marley lives forever in the capsules of the digital age. So the infinite life is what we're doing with our mind, our memories, our emotions and our feelings, and all the documentation on the internet. We're transforming ourselves into stories. Does Jesus live forever? Look at the story. He's flesh. We could take our mind 10 billion years from now and we could create memory. We're creating a memory bank of our experience as the all. The all is playing with itself. But God is playing through us. Kabbalah teaches we're here to experience the beauty of what we are changing. And Professor James Smalls will say we're God having a blah, blah, blah experience. Right? But I am not God. I am part of the all. Well, how do I activate the all? How do I pray? Do I pray to earthly deities who didn't say some of these words? Or do I say give thanks to the all? Now, when my power words say give thanks to the all, does that activate the birds? Does that activate every black hole? Yes, because I recognized it like I did before. But when I say give thanks to the all, I do not leave out nothing which is infinite.
Right.
So now that everything in the infinite recognize me, I become it, it becomes me. I am in frequency, and then it will direct me in whatever direction I need to go, and I'll be safe. So what they didn't want us to do was to tap in back into the grid. The Indians were tapped into the grid. The Africans were dancing around fire, tapped into the grid. Be still and know that I'm your God. It means that when you rotate around a fire like the earth is going around the sun, you're still, because you're moving like the earth is moving around the sun. If you sit down, you're not still. If you sit down, you're not still. Because you have to dance to be still. It is when you're moving.
You gotta move to be still.
There you go. So they got everything backwards. So the Africans were dancing around fire. And the frequency of the universe was coming into them so they could communicate with the rain. So if the Indians wanted it to rain, they would beat the drum, activate the frequency, and then they would dance in a circle. They were still, and in their consciousness and subconscious or whatever, they'll say, we want rain, we want rain. And the clouds was like, uh-oh, I think somebody wants rain. Let's go over there. You see what I'm saying? They activated the network in the all. So when the white man came and saw them, he was like, hey, what are they doing? The white man didn't know what it was. But then he saw all what they were doing, and he's trying to understand. He's trying to do what? What their word I use? Understand. And he wrote all these books trying to put spirituality in a book. You can't do that. Without the dance and the movement and the fire and the drum, you can't put God in a book. God is a change and a balance. So if you're changing, and you have some of the books, but you need everything to activate God. You just don't need some words in a book. You got to dance. You got to have the fire. You got to have all the elements to activate the God force so the God force can lead you. And you need to say the right words to recognize what God is. So as long as man has lived, they don't know God is a change and a balance. They're thinking of God as a creator. And they're also thinking of God as a higher being. Now, Is your head higher than your toenail? No. Is the sun higher than the earth? Everything
it's all a part of the same system.
So if we have an infinite system, that nothing is higher than nothing, why are you looking for a higher being? So use the wrong word again. So now you're looking for something outside of you, and it's messing with your system. It's messing with your ability to communicate with it. It's messing with your ability to communicate with God. Or, we don't use the word God. We can do it. But God equals the all. Now, the all is the one. The one is not the all. Because somebody's going to jump out. I'm God. Okay, all right. Easy yourself. You're part of the network. You're not the network. And the bird will never disrespect us and say, I'm God. Easy, birdie. I got a brain, you don't. The butterfly will never disrespect. The butterfly is being. And when man started disrespecting everything around him, man got thrown out of the garden. Because all he wanted was knowledge, and all he wanted was understanding. That all it wants to do is to understand everything around it. And it will never. So man will always be incomplete if he doesn't stop use his mind of flesh and infinite mind of change and balance. You see, the butterflies follow the law of change and balance. And the animals recognize the law of recognition. And the law of recognition, when you pray to the all, you recognize all. So then that's when your prayer is right and it will be answered. You have no fear because you know you can't die. And most of these teachers who teach people they can't die, they lose their fear. Say, oh, we want them to pay taxes. We want them to buy life insurance. What do I need that for? I'm going to come back again and again and again. So, what is death? Doesn't exist. But while I'm here, I'm going to be present. In the Power of Now book states, let me enjoy the now. So the people who are fighting for their little money in their house, their level of consciousness haven't attained this level yet. Their supreme intelligence has yet to be activated. So when you read their books, oh, the Creator, and I'm waiting on the higher beings, like, well, if you're part of the being, how can it be higher than you? So you just want to activate it. Oh. So I came to teach them, and through my revelation of studying so many things, when you study all this information, it will crack your skull.
It'll crack your skull, man. No, for real. It'll crack your skull wide open, man. You have to... You can be hospitalized. You can hospitalize yourself, man. You know what I'm saying? Nah, for real. For real. Find yourself in hospice, man.
Good. Just like Neo. After they plugged him out, he had to learn Tai Chi.
Right.
So, universal mind. Because I stopped thinking like humans, and I start thinking like a galaxy. And what happens when you start thinking like a tree, and the wind blows next to the tree, and the tree bends, and you start writing these damn poetry. And the poetry now is the language of nature. Because when you look at the tree, and if the wind blows, put it down and shut your mouth. And what is the law of recognition? If the all is speaking to you, shut your mouth. Don't tell nobody. Because now you're crazy. But when you write it down and then publish it, then you're rich. It's like, wait, I thought I was crazy. But because I have money, because you transfer the all into currency. So ain't nothing wrong with making money. Because it's you taking the all power and changing balance. Remember, change and balance work in the bank account. You with me?
Yeah.
So if change and balance work in the bank account, because it's a part of the all. All instruments here belongs to the all. Now, who does it belong to? Is there anything but the all? The only thing that exists is the all. What else is there? The nothing, The nothing is also the all. You start with zero. Zero's a damn number. Because you start with zero. So what encompasses zero? The all. So math, and then we go to different realms. So how I explain sin to people, S-I-N, sine, which is a curve in math. So if you are a vibration, if you turn into a straight line, what will happen to you? We can travel faster as a line, right? If you need to navigate the network. But if you are a lie detector line, because your heart is not light as a feather, you created a criminal act, you're going to be a lie detector. So here comes the word to help man to be a line. So you can know, become this line and travel after transformation, which we call death. So the word saves you, but the salvation in the word is to keep your line like a smooth curve so you're not a sinner. A sinner is the amplitude of a lie detector. When you're a liar, you become like a lie detector. That's the spirits that are running around here, and they can't travel because their vibration is off. So when you transform after Ma'at into another realm, I'm still here. I thought I left Earth. No, man, you got still a lot of work to do to straighten up. Because you lied, you cheated, you stole.
And it did nothing but sidewinding.
Exactly.
Instead of a straight line. You're not traveling, you just sidewinding. You just...
Yes. So now, this is why the word saves us. Because the experience we have through the development of Ma'at.
Man, hold up. Whoa, hold up. I'm sorry. Man. While you talking, I'm applying this. My brain is applying this stuff to situations and people, you know? And my friend was just talking to me and something just hit me. I was trying to tell him to stop lying to his wife. And oh man, it's so deep.
Yes. So now, if you follow the words and the commandments of Ma'at, I did not steal, I did not cheat. Your heart chakra is light as a feather. So when it's time for your transformation, you'll be a line. You won't be a sine curve.
Wow.
So you were born.
You're gonna move at that certain vibration, certain speed.
You're moving at you're moving at light speed. You don't want to be sound speed. Because sound speed makes you physical.
And that's why they supposedly in this system is rewarded through capitalism. Because they want you to corrupt yourself.
They want you to slow down.
Yeah.
So listen, if you're slowed down here, they could use your energy. If you're moving at light speed, they can't catch you. So they catch you in a bottle, and they put your spirit in a grave and put a cross on you, and you are forever here under the name of some deity.
Wow.
So they capture your soul on earth. So,
keep you in a loop.
So when you're in the graveyard, you're just like, why can't I leave this hell? Because you prayed to something on earth you can never leave. So the spirit has to be freed. And how do we free the spirit of those? So I'm giving you the infinite mind, the circle of mind that has no beginning and end. And here, let me push it further. So there's no negative and positive. Let's go beyond yin and yang. So before you change and split into two, you were one. So once you start recognize left and right, day and night, you're divided in thought. Before you became a brain, you were a unicellular organ, right? Good. You were one cell. So you were one with the The minute you divide yourself into X and Y, man and woman,
you binary.
You're divided.
The binary. The binary. That's what. That's the binary. In the movie, they showing you. That's man.
Hold on.
Even the Oracle was a binary code.
So
it was the only one that wasn't registered as a binary code. Jeez. Jeez. And he could do things that nothing else can do.
Yes.
He had infinite, whatever his mind, whatever he could, man, that's... he wasn't operating on the binary code. Oh, shit, this man, the anomaly.
Okay.
Sister, we talk about, I mean, it had to be about 4 years ago at least. And I'm still feeding off that conversation. 4 years, man.
And we spoke?
Yeah, it was I know you don't remember it. I know you don't remember it. Because I saw you was doing a live video one day, and I tried to jog your memory. You was like, but it's cool. I remember it, though.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it. Because it was the first conversation we had. It was the first conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first conversation. But I'm still feeding off of that conversation.
My student's been around me for 36 years. It took him 36 years to understand what I was saying. Let's get back to yin and yang and positive and negative. They separated our thoughts. And once, remember I taught you, as a man think, so is he. So what are you? You're an infinite change and balance. So you and your girlfriend have an argument. What do? You change how you communicate to balance with her. I told you not to go over there. You took my money. Okay, sweetie, I'm going to not speak and I'm going to allow you to speak. Yeah, you better talk. Sweetie, text me. I'm going to be sitting over there. Just text me how you feel. You need to come talk to me right now. Okay, sweetie, I'm going to walk up the block. Just text me. I want to communicate to you via text. You just use change and balance. You change your location so your frequency won't collapse. And we need to buy this house. And I thought you said we're going to do this. Change your dreams and aspiration and your agenda. Change and balance is the only thing that works through the navigation among mankind. Because that's all you're doing every day you wake up. When you walk, you're changing and balancing. When you're driving, the car is changing and... Are you getting this thing now?
I'm hearing it.
So...
I'm processing. Like, man.
When you breathe in, you're changing and balancing. So... Your world that you live in is changing and balancing. Guess what you did? You started having dreams and aspiration because of the change that came through your television to make you become what you are. So you're being programmed. So you could change your mind. What they don't want us to do is to let go of the system and have a higher level of consciousness. Every man that has what they call a cult, a teacher, the teacher is so supreme and advanced. When the teacher's done with the student, they can't go any higher than what the teacher said. So they're obedient to the teacher. Now they just spread the message. And when they spread the message, people start getting free. But the problem is people change and balance, start getting freaky. Freedom doesn't mean recklessness. Okay?
Okay.
Balance is not nastiness. Balance is not freak. If you could manage 5 women, fine. If you could live in harmony, but the minute you start having argument, well, that's not a balance. That's not working.
That's not balance. Right.
So maybe you could balance with 1. If it's not balanced,
Right.
It's not balanced. You have to correct
Right.
it.
Right.
So a lot of men try to balance with all these women. So this new information I'm giving you, I'm still a baby with a rattle. It's just that I have a rattle in my hand, in my cradle, and you don't have a rattle. That's what makes me... so,
Right. I'm getting it now.
You see?
I'm forming my rattle now.
Ah. So I'm giving you a tool, a rattle in your hand to shake, so you could, like a magic wand, like a little stick. That's what I'm giving you. So when you use your magic wand, it works everywhere in the universe. You can create magic. That's what I'm giving you. I'm giving you a power that's in the universe. So when you see me teaching these people in Jamaica change and balance, and the rest of them, they must spin them head because, remember, so some Jamaicans will call me mad, but not all Jamaicans will call me mad. It will take them 4 years to understand what I'm trying to say, what I'm saying. But they already overstand it and they already understand it because they are it.
Right.
The understanding is not processing. The overstanding never processes. Only your brain that you're using right now. And when you're going to sleep tonight, tomorrow you get up, your brain will like, what happened to us? We have been... So your brain is going to ask you tomorrow, yo, what happened yesterday? You just got effed up.
Right.
Your whole world. I'm tapping into the infinite mind that all of us have.
Right.
And so since you have no beginning and end, so since you go back to your circle of one cell, no positive and negative, shit. If you think yes, my brother.
Damn.
In order to be balanced, you have to be negative is a circle, positive is a circle. Why I want to be 2 when I could be 1? Is that a better center? Why would I want to be, if I want to be centered, wouldn't I just want to be a circle? Why want to overlap? Why not just be a circle? When you're overlapping negative and positive, let's just make it a circle. Let's kill that. And once you do that, bro, once you center yourself as a circle, no negative, and once you start telling your brain, shut up, left brain, shut up, right brain, hey, I'm trying to tap into my universal mind. Remember, the brain just developed. First you were in a cave. You're a caveman.
Right.
So if you were a caveman, what makes you think you're somebody now? How long have you been a caveman? So you think you're somebody now? You're special? Because you can make a plane and you learn about nature, you learn how to fly? You didn't just get up and learn how to fly. Fly who taught you how to fly? A wasp was your teacher. If you're in a cave and you don't see a bird, you ain't going to think about flying. Huh? If the bat is not in the cave, you're not going to think. You can't be inspired until you're inspired. You dig what I'm saying? If you're in darkness, you're in darkness. You never seen it. You ain't going to think it. So that's what the eyes are to the brain. So we have to get a hold of ourselves and calm down and breathe and say to ourselves, you know what? I got to get back to my center. I got to really start looking at these ants and having respect for them as my ancestors. I really got to try to do what the butterfly is doing. The butterfly is living in the now. And here I am worried about my kids. Let me teach my kids how to be butterflies. Living in the now. I did. I'm satisfied with this answer because I could use it I could use it to protect me. And guess what? I could change what I believe in to coexist with a Christian or a Muslim. So there's 4 laws I want to show you. The index finger is changed. Put up your index finger is changed. The index finger has changed. We're going to use the one next to that as what we call creation. It's a C, so we're using it. It's really formation, but let's call it creation, which is the infinite physical that we're seeing, right? Then we have connection, another C, another finger. Then the little finger we could call coexistence. When you wiggle all these fingers, what are they doing? They're changing. So the index finger pulls them together and say, hey, seal. All of you are change. So connection between us is changing. Coexistence is changing. The creation is changing. And change itself is changing. Guess what? The big finger is balance. So when you open up your right hand, that's the answer to the universe. If you split your fingers apart, you get the laws. And you could create more laws. But the laws of coexistence, because of the law of connection, you have to coexist. You have to connect. You can't escape that. We need something to explain the connection. We need something to make us all agree on. The non-believers are going to say there's no God. Right? The believers are going to say. So, change and balance, nobody can deny it. We wanted an equation that no one can deny. Go to an atheist and let the atheist prove to you that there's no change and balance. Can't do it. This is why change and balance is so important. I sent an email to TED Talk so I could give a lecture on this. But whether they respond to me or not doesn't matter. The fact that I'm recording this and I could get this out to my people before I leave to the mountains or wherever I go to. My teaching must get out there. Because I don't care about me. I care about the consciousness going into mankind. So they could say, I did hear it. And most of the time when I speak like this, did he say, don't use the word create? Because it makes you think like something is being made. Doesn't it make you feel like something is being made out of thin air? And nothing is...
He's still trying to create with his mind.
You see. And that's what they did us. Now, that was a mind F. Now, that's what you call mind effing. What they did to us.
That's a serious one. That's a serious one.
So
that's a serious one. Because even my mind is still trying to...
How do you make... Even right
now, I understand what you're saying, and my mind is still trying to fight and say, what do you mean? Something out of nothing. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean something out of nothing?
You can't make something out of nothing. So nothing is created.
Man.
The concept is that there's a dude making things in the universe.
Man. And it's always been a dude. It's always been a dude.
Always been a dude.
Always been a dude. It's always been that, man. Whether we want, always been a dude. The Most High. God created. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so who created God? Oh, God has no beginning, no end.
Okay, good. Now let's stick there for a second. This is good. So God has no beginning and you're part of God. What does that mean to you? So they just didn't know what God was doing. If God is a circle and an infinite 8, whatever it is, what is it doing? It's changing and balancing infinitely.
Do you know how much, and I have to use this word, you know how much shit we can let go? Do you know how much baggage and shit we can let go if we came to the realization that there is no freaking creation, man?
Because what did I give you? The answer to the universe. I gave you what God is. All, equal, change, and balance. You can't just say God is a vibration or electromagnetic energy. You have to use God in your relationship, in your bank account, in your lemonade, in your potter's wheel, in the seahorse, in the black hole, in the light on the television, and in your retina, in your nose and in your ears drum. You have to know what God is doing to recognize God, to use God as a tool among your fellow men and animals, birds, and governments. You see what I'm saying? So what these two words that we call change and balance, some other culture or the ants or the butterfly might, that they live in it. It's not even a word to them. It's a livity. The birds don't like, yo, what are y'all doing? Yo, we over here changing balance, son. But the dog is like, hoo, hoo. What are they doing? Change their vocal cords to balance. Are they talking? Yeah. So if I become a change and a balance, I'll be healthier. I'll be happier. I'll make better decisions to balance with my, hey, sweetie, baby, what do you want for lunch? I want to go to the restaurant and get some lobster. Well, let me check my bank account. Well, for us, I'm seeing we don't have enough money. Well, should I go get a second job? Because I could get you that lobster. Okay, go ahead. Oh, okay, I'll go get some more hours and I'm satisfied my baby. All right, next week we go get lobster. I'll work some extra hours. That's a change and a balance. You don't tell her, baby, no, I ain't got no money, shut up. You know what I'm saying? All of us in our philosophical mind are here to enhance and to challenge each other so our brain can also go on a journey. Our mind loves this new journey because you're open up the mind now to infinite possibilities. So if you don't have the infinite mind, you will never find the infinite you. The mind will always block you from finding you. So the all is the network. You're part of the all. You ask a question. Does the question go anywhere and come back for an answer? Well, that means the whole network has to light up when you ask a question. Does it really have to light up or only you light up? Because you already have all the answers in you because you're part of the network. I'm part of the network. The answer doesn't come from anywhere. I already have all the network in me. How can you be part of something and not have all of it in you? So all this time I thought I was praying to an external entity, which created my separation anxiety with the network we call God, all. Every question I've ever asked, I'm the one who answers them. The challenge for us is to take our time and to, again, purge so much of this out of our system by purging surgery. The anti-religious information creates the balance to show you what it is. If it's still in your mind is still going to reference it. You take a broom and you sweep out your house. You just don't see the broom outside and you leave it outside and expect the house to be swept. That's what you did. But I had to conceptualize what and now here's where the they is, which is real, what they did when they built this system. Now there's a real they. And they're the ones that built the system. Know what they you're talking about when you say they. And they did this with intentions to control the essence of us. I don't need for you to go through everything I went through for me to explain to you now how the all works. So humans use wrong language, and what the language does to our brain, it creates separation of ideas and physicality. Change and balance is what formed me in this dimension. And then I will change again and balance in another dimension infinitely. Now think of yourself as that circle. So now you're the infinite circle. One little mini part of that circle is planet Earth. And then you transition again, and another little part of that circle is another dimension. We don't know where it is. I just told you you're one circle. Now think of yourself as infinite circles. And with infinite little parts, recognizing yourself on that circle. That's what you call your journey. Houston, we have a problem. We have an infinite circle, that's me, that's infinitely changing and balancing without no beginning and end. But they said in the Bible, in the beginning, God created What were they referencing? When you started to form on earth and recognize yourself, you rest 7 days. Your brain is what recognized your existence in this realm. And because your brain recognized your existence in this realm, here you are, you're a circle, you're being formed, you've been changing balance on the planet Earth in this realm. Your brain start developing as human being. Guess what you just did? You saw the sun and you say, in the beginning, God created. Well, you're part of God. In the beginning, God recognized the heavens. In the beginning, God recognized the trees. God recognized Himself, and God created Himself in His own image. Is the brain waking up? The brain is coming into consciousness of itself. That's what we call God making us. And 7 days the brain had to rest. And everything that the brain saw was good. It is God having a human experience. It is the brain that is writing this book. So now the brain is writing this book about his experience. And the brain says, I am God, because the brain is part of the infinite network. The brain is right. It is these humans documenting their mental journey, which we call inspiration. Genesis of the mind. So this genesis of the mind is what we call God in these books. And like snails that leave a trail mark behind, as this brain starts to come in consciousness of its environment, it looks around because it's looking from the God network. It's like, oh, this is beautiful. I have dominion over this. Because now the mind has dominion over it. It's evolving. This brain has just got to 12%. So your creation story created a beginning and end. There's only a beginning and end to your brain. Pay attention. It's a muscle. It's in your human form. Your beginning and end is just for your little planet or your form in this realm that you're in. So there's no beginning and end to the infinite, but there's a beginning and end to my mind, because I'm going to transform again. All this time, you've been having a mind journey, and you thought there was a beginning and end to you, your spirit. Your brain has a beginning and end, but your spirit has infinity. So let's go back to the circle that you are. That's your spirit. So I'm this circle, and part of that circle is my brain on earth. So now when I change again, so I was never created because I'm the circle. I'm infinite. I'm an infinite spirit that was never created. But when I transform into a brain, I'm seeing things around me that I am recognizing, which I call I am creating. Because my brain start recognizing, but guess what my brain can't see? All the other stars. So you can only create something in your mind when you recognize it. So if you were on earth in a cave, you will never see the sun. So your brain would never recognize it, so it doesn't create it. The eyes are what create things that the brain can interpret and see. It only exists if you can recognize it in existence. We can't see certain stars, so it doesn't exist to our mind. We have to use a telescope, and then it exists to our mind. We document it. So this journey has been a documented journey based on your muscle. And the Bible now is an excerpt of this experience based on nature. Because it's when your brain saw the sun, oh my God, there's my God. It comes again and again and again. And it starts to write about the sun. So now the power and interpretation of nature and nature, the mind starts to like, oh my God, that's my God. Without my God, that's my Father. Your brain is activating and having this experience with a separated God. The sun is now the God of man. God's Son, and it comes again, and it gives us food and life, and the 12 disciple and the 12 zodiac. And so then now, the Son of God that you recognize to be your ultimate power and source of life here on earth, you start to worship it. And now you're worshiping it, now you have to transform the Son into words. Then you want the Son to become you, because you come from the Son. You were changed and balanced from the Sun, the air, the hydrogen, the zinc, the electrical magnetic. You're part of the network. So now you could explain the network into words, which now you took the Son and put it in a book and call the God in the book your God. You transfer, because now you have the ability to transfer energy from nature into a book and take that book into a cave. So when you don't see the Sun is still with you. Your mind gives you the ability to transfer what is in nature into your physical mind. Now you're working with the understanding of your environment, your understanding of God in a very small way. Now God becomes the Father of you. God becomes this literature. God becomes this power. So why is the book closed and God continues to speak through nature and the infinite stars? Another man has to come and tell you that God is not a creator. God is not outside of you. God is not the Son. God is not your Father. You have used the language incorrectly with the time you have here on earth to write this book, and you have misrepresented God. Now another man comes and he teaches you that God is a change and a balance, because you're the circle and you're infinite. You're infinitely changing and infinitely balancing in that little pie chart of a realm where you here on planet Earth. So now that you know that God is the infinite network and you're part of the network, and you don't have to look outside or look to the Sun for your blessings, and you don't have to pray to the Sun. You just have to remain connected to the network and recognize that whatever you ask for, you yourself will deliver it, because you yourself is part of the network. Like the Sun is part of the network, you are as powerful as the Sun, and you are also an extraction of the Sun. So now that you're in this realm, you're just in a realm, changing and balancing. So the importance of changing and balancing, because now it explains to you what God is, a change and a balance. So now when you apply the change and the balance to your life in this realm, it's become satisfying, because that's what the bird is doing, the bees is doing, the Sun is doing, is just changing and balance until you reach the next realm. So now that you know what you are as an infinite spirit and how to apply the infinite laws of change and balance that happens in all dimension, in all planets, in all thought, idea, emotion, music, sound, seahorse, bird, in all. Now that you know how to apply the change and balance that you are, you can now balance your frequency as man and change and balance among man without confusion or belief. When the true leaf is your belief system, not the words that you have extracted with the limited understanding of your environment. Now you only had one Sun. Then you find another Sun, Sirius A. Then you found out that these two suns were rotating around each other 26,000 years. Then you found out that, they have electrical magnetic effects on you for the golden age. Then you build the pyramids. But you can't build the pyramids now and figure out how you did it, because you had a different electrical charge. Then you start realizing there's another Sun. And there's another, and they're bigger, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're affecting you. Because of change and balance in the environment of this infinite universe is affecting you, which now becomes your emotions and your thoughts and your personality. All that's outside of you and all that's inside of you is affecting you. Now this is the network of the all. And then they wrote a little book, closed the book, and told you that the all is in the book, when the book is incomplete and can never be complete. There is no infinite books here on the planet. Why did they create this wall for us and they tried because they can't. For the law of coexistence sake, you cannot disconnect a man from the all. Using your mind as opposed to using your spirit. Your 12% mind struggles with this book to connect with the all, but it is not your mind that can connect with the all. It is your spirit, the infinite circle that you call your spirit, that you have to connect with the all. We use language now to repurpose, to replant you. We use God as the all. And what is the all is doing? Changing and balancing. So now if the all application, the only thing the all is doing is changing and balancing. It's not making anything new, because everything comes from something that already exists infinitely, always was, always will be. So now that you know you're this circle, and your infinite circles overlapping, existing in multiple dimensions, multiple universe, at all time, the same time, infinitely, what are you worried about? And what are you trying to find here on earth? This is a nice experience for you to be having with your family and your friends. Now that you know what the universe is doing, are you searching for who, quote unquote, who made you? Was an interpretation of the SUN, because it was bigger than you and more powerful in your interpretation when you got out the caves, or when your brain starts to develop in recognizing the sun. It becomes a different entity because of the distance. And you didn't know that nothing was the sun was not distant from you. The sun was inside of you and outside it. But only a few of us could figure this out. Only a few of us could apply our mind. Only a few of us could speak from the infinite mind. But a baby can do it, because the baby is mama. The baby knows all. It is you with your earthly experience that corrupts the baby and call the baby a sinner. And the minute you call the baby a sinner, you now have to cleanse the baby with your earthly information. The baby was always divine. The baby was always okay, until you feed the baby the corruption of man, understanding with man's 50% brain. So the brain is doing all of this crazy work. It's doing all of this confusion. It's writing all of these books, what we call understanding. And what are we going to do with all this understanding? Will we understand the universe? Never. Will we fully understand our internal? Never. Will we ever understand God? Never. But we can know what God is doing and what God is. God is a changer and a balancer. God is not a creator, a separation from us. We are part of God. So now that I'm putting you back in the all, and you know that, the God they taught us was trying to create the separate leader to create political systems and systems here on earth. They know the energy and the power of the all. They know that they could create circles and realms here and portals to keep us in. Because if they capture our power, if they pull us from the attention and recognizing the all network of all that we are, if they pull us from that and kept us in misery, they could enslave our power here, and we could be working for their system forever, for the cars, for the home, and not be in balance with God. We're working now for man. We're believing in what man written on man's small experience. We're no longer praying to God. Our prayers are now earthly. We're Constantine. We're Julius Caesar. We're no longer the all. The smoke, the fish, the ants, the infinite universe, the emotions. And when was the last time the butterfly went to church, or the dolphin? These words are good words to keep us in coexistence with man. Now the word is your Lord and Savior. That means it's the collective word that saves you, not a constructed deity of multiple deities of wisdom. For men and women will walk among us that will use the mind. My job is to come here and give you the universal order and the universal act of what God is. God is a change and a balance. Now you have an argument with your wife or your husband, let's apply God. Counsel with the network, because we're part of the network. What is the network doing in your house? The network is changing and balancing when you're making love, when you're changing your diet. You need a change and balance in the agenda with your spouse to coexist. You need some God in your life. What is God? Change and balance. Well, let's change how we argue so we can have a better balance. Let's change our goals and aspiration so we have a lower credit card bill. Let's apply change and balance in our bank account, honey, so me and you could coexist better. Okay, you're right. Let's practice change and balance. The same thing the birds are doing. They're changing and balancing. So let's practice change and balance in our home. All the changes we can make to coexist better. Do we want to coexist? Can we coexist? But under what order are we coexisting? Are we coexisting on the order of religion? Are we coexisting under the order of the universe? Of the infiverse? The infinite verse. If we're becoming infinite beings, spouses, man and woman, holy gosh, then you won't need much, I won't need much. We would be wholesome together if we're following the galactic principles. And if we're following change and balance, we can make as many changes we need to make to tweak this relationship. If it doesn't work, fine. But what am I willing to change, compromise, to balance with you? And how do we communicate? Do we text? Do we write a letter? Do we use music in our home? What do we use so that we can have this change that we need to coexist with each other? So if that's what God is, a change and a balance, when Rondie said truth was change and balance, what Rondie was saying was God is change and balance, because you were never created. So if I'm to apply change and balance in my life, there's so many ways I could apply it to have a better life. So if that is what God is, that's what the tree and the sun is doing. They're changing the balance. That's what the weather is doing. That's what life is. So life can never be destroyed. Life didn't start from anywhere. So life is infinite, and all life is doing is changing and balancing. So I have a daughter, I have a mother, well, what is my purpose? Change and balance with them to enjoy this life, because you only have 100 years. So I haven't been practicing my God because I'm looking for God to save me from stop smoking when I have to make the change necessary to create the balance for me. I am part of God. I have to be more responsible. I have to be more divine with myself. I have to be more true with my God powers. I have to enjoy this flesh. I have to preserve my God power, my temple. I have to find out what I need to do or eat. So God is a change and balance. The commonality in all dimension and in all forces, we're looking for the commonality. And once we find the commonality, we find what God is. And we can apply that commonality among man, woman, systems, governments, universal order. So if we meet an alien, what is the change and balance we need to make to communicate? Change the frequency of our words, our language. Maybe they communicate with music, and we can communicate with words. We have to change how we communicate to interact with the universal beings, even animals. So if we could train dogs, we could train mankind to have a better balance. So that change and balance works. We're not creating anything. We're not creative. We're changing. The conductor changes movement, and they change how they stroke the piano. And the balance and result is the sound that we hear. We didn't make the music. We're changing our energies. So this is why change and balance, the teaching of it, is so important, because it's the God force. It's the all force. It's what the all is doing. And if we find out with our mind what the all is doing, I can apply it to my life. Because is what the bird is doing. We're forced now to do the universal task of change and balancing. So in the spiritual essence of things, let's look at the sphere, let's look at the network, let's look at you as one sphere, and you ask a question, but let's look at you as also the infinite sphere on the network that's interconnected. And then let's look at you at the one sphere again. But you could be the infinite sphere. You be interchange anything you want to be on the network, because you're part of the network. You're not the network, you're part of it. You're infinitely part of it. So now you think in the infinite mind at any time you want, and you could use the earthly mind, which has a beginning and end on earth. So with this beginning and end, you could live in practicality among men with these words, some of these words, that man believes for us to coexist, and this coexistence creates the harmony. The law of coexistence, the law of change, the law of connection. Creation is what we call the all, the infinite. But the all is changing, the connection is changing, the coexistence is changing, and the connection is changing. The big finger is the balance, and those fingers are all the C's, which is pretty much changing. And there you go, change and balance. So that's what the teaching of change and balance is about, is re-recognizing what God is and applying that change and balance to your life. To quit smoking, to have a better relationship with a man, to have a better relationship with your mother. And if there is a challenge you have with someone, you change the location in proximity, you're changing the connection, you're changing the coexistence. You change how you communicate or not communicate with that person to have a better balance with that person. Okay? So you change how you interact with that person to adapt to how they believe, because you're flexible now. You could be a Christian, you could be a Jehovah's Witness, you could be a Buddhist at any point of your infinite being. You could be anything that you want to be in that moment to coexist with that person and receive that person wholeheartedly for what they believe in without teaching them anything, but just to coexist with them. Because when you coexist with them, you truly are practicing change and balance within yourself. And when you do that, and you practice the change and balance within yourself, that's when you truly are living in the all. Because nothing out there you could be separate from. You don't have to fight them anymore, because you're practicing change and balance. Within yourself now, you could be anything, because you're part of the all. You don't denounce anything they do, as long as you're practicing the change and balance to be flexible enough to go to their churches, to sing their songs, knowing that you now know why you're doing what you're doing with them. Because now you are practicing change and balance. The energy will not collide with yours. You're now at an infinite frequency, because now you have an infinite mind. You have a universal law that you abide by now, the universal law of change and balance. And what I didn't explain before is how it has to apply to your life and how to recognize the God equation. What I didn't teach before was the God equation, change and balance. So the all, whether it be the mosquito, the iPhone, the pillowcase, the color in the curtain, it's practicing change and balance. And if you come in one with the all, with that kind of mind, we could heal the world. We could coexist. If we could change and balance with the dog and train the dog. So my teaching is a necessary teaching to help us to redefine what we know the all is and apply the all, because the all can be applied to a cut. We change the medication to balance the flesh, to heal the flesh. To our intestine, to our sickness. We change the amount of vitamins we take so we don't develop pre-diabetes. We change the food we eat. We change the amount of exercise we do. Our life is not predefined by destiny. Destinies are variables. Change the variables and you change your life. Change how much time you were in the sun and you change the kind of disease or the amount of disease you will have. Change how you expose your skin to the sun. Change your diet. Then you eat pickle with sauerkraut and kombucha and you could eat meat. You could change how you eat meat and you can eat it. Change how you drink and you could drink. So nothing is off limits because it's in the all. If it's in the all, you could participate with it. You could coexist with it because it's in the all. And that is the beauty of this all. Change the amount of information in you. Change the interpretation of light and dark. No such thing. So now, since the energy is just energy, it's either balance or off balance. It's not light and dark, nor positive or negative. So you either balance that you could use it for something, or off balance you can't use it for nothing. So all of you is either balance or off balance. So what changes? You see, the change has no opposite. But the balance can be off or balance. Nice good frequency of balance in this wave that you are, the circle, the frequency of you. Or it can just be out of frequency. So what you need to change to bring the frequency to a balance. See, balance is two direction. Either you're off balance or you're balanced. But the change is what applies to the balance to make it balanced. What you never want to be is to be too certain of what you found. Because if you are too certain of all that you've experienced and found, you haven't found nothing. So, you move forward now, and don't be too certain, don't be too confident. Don't be, just be, and be at peace and tranquility with the journey so far, knowing that you have a stronger grasp of clarity. All you've attained today is a little bit more clarity, and you move with that further peace and tranquility that would create the balance for you mentally, because through all this discussion, if your mental wave remain at the same frequency, you could still be off balance, you see. And then you exit not really gaining what you came for, right?
Yeah.
You came for more balance, peace, and tranquility, and more clarity and confirmation. So if you receive any of that today, I could now rest, because I've done my best. I teach people universal laws, not earthly information. The laws that apply to the butterfly, the ants, the trees, not things in books. Right? So what's happening to our people is that we were once like butterflies. We were once like water, stone, all the elements, we were like that.
Yes.
Until our brain started to grow, and then we started recognizing. So now, you, as a fleshly body, feminine energy, your brain start recognizing what was around you, the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, and then you, the infinite being becoming flesh, recognize your surroundings, and you started to write about it. These words now became your definition of you. Before the words, you were infinite. you were at peace. Before the knowledge of your existence on planet Earth. So what you did, you put yourself in a confine, you put yourself in a belief system with your brain, because that's all you had to function as a human being. So all the words in your brain and everything you needed to function among men and women, you took all that information and you started to define yourself only as that information. Before you were this information mentally, you were this infinite being. So now, the challenge is to balance with the infinite you and the fleshly you. The brain that you have wants to tell you, and it never turns off. Even when someone says, can you turn the brain off? It still speaks through the mouth. It doesn't want to turn off because it's turned on planet Earth. It's awoken, the brain. The brain is just a muscle. It contains information just for, let's say, 150 years. Then the flesh itself, we call the brain, will transform. In this time that your brain is working, it overworks, trying to make sense of it all. It's trying to understand God as opposed to it's trying to understand the all. What the brain is trying to do is trying to figure and make a connection with God. But the spirit was always connected. So now that the brain is awoken, the brain is trying to be the spirit. But the brain and the words and the information cannot be sufficient to explain or to make a connection with the all. Only the spirit can do that, but the spirit doesn't have a brain. So what the brain is trying to do is to define God, define the all. But God cannot be defined. God cannot be processed by the mind. The conflict and the imbalance comes now when man tries to define God. And then now the brain, the body, the functionality with mankind becomes a breakdown in the human experience. So female, especially the feminine energy, who is a product of Mother Nature, the only thing that can really balance her to bring her back to her butterfly state, her water state, her tree state, is a language that is not written, that the mind cannot process. So what happened to us because of words and information and knowledge, we become spirits of the mind. We're no longer spirit of the soul. We're no longer spirits a part of God. We're seeking to define God, to think about God, as opposed to having a relationship with all energies, which is God. All. So, you woke up as a little girl, your parents taught you something, and it resonated in your mind, and you're trying to connect it with your spirit for 40, 50 years. So your mind is trying to define and redefine your infinite spirit, but the mind cannot do that. The mind can never describe the all, because the mind is limited. So now, to go back to your butterfly state, nature as a tool helps you now to govern your mind. When you look at a tree or you step into a river, you're not trying to define the feeling under your feet or the smell of a roses. Your brain cannot define that. But that is the essence of God. What your brain did for many years is to try to define God through books. And the relationship and the essence of God hasn't been a part of your journey. So what we've done as mankind is to reduce the relationship with the elements of nature and increase the mental process for us to live a life in knowing God. So your belief and your faith and everything you've read now, what you're trying to do is to capture with your mind the essence of God. The only purpose for that was so you could coexist among men in harmony. That's the purpose of the word. The laws to live by, so you could live in balance with others, something and someone outside of you. The purpose of a book of rules, the essence of God in the book, is so that you could share this with another human being. And coexist with these laws. That's the only purpose for it. For within you, by yourself, with nature, or just by yourself, you have God within you, even without the book. The external book is for the law of coexistence. So if you live on an island by yourself, without a book, for 10,000 years, you will have inspiration from the all, or God, coming from within you. Another person comes on the island. Your experience will be written down. They will write down their experience. And now that material will allow you to understand each other. The essence of God will come from each and every one of you for you to coexist on the island. So now, whether you be Jehovah's Witness, Christians, it's all the same expression of coexistence. The Muslim, Christians, whether it be love, Yahweh, Elohim, and these are definition for man to coexist. What happens now, man starts to compete because of ego and shigo, mental competition. Words, wisdom, teaching, my God is bigger than yours. This is how I define God. This is how God spoke to me. Remember, there's only two on the island. You were on the island for 10,000 years. This person came from another island to coexist with you. The all spoke to this person this way, and the all spoke to you this way. You wrote your book this way, and that person wrote their book this way. And the commonality of all the books, love being the base, coexistence, love, sharing, and caring. There's a commonality with all your books. The commonality is life and how to go about living this life. What happens with us now, we started to hold on to our books and not wanting to let go. The book started to define us, or trying to define our life and even trying to define our soul. When we extract the information that God, you're the only one on the island, when you extract the information that God gave you, the extraction never ends. The word never ends. So at a certain age, you wrote what God told you in this book. Your offspring will also have information, more information. You pass on your book to your offspring. You're the offspring of your elder generation faith-based system. They gave you a book. It has final chapters that are finite. You take this book to define your life. But God is still trying to speak to you. You're still on the island. You found the book of your ancestors. God is still trying to talk to you to give you more information to understand God. Because you still have to understand God because you have a brain. And the purpose of this brain is to understand God, because that's all the brain does. The fingertips doesn't touch the water to understand God. The brain does that. The brain must be satisfied, its thirst and its infinite quench to understand God. And for the rest of the journey of mankind, this will be how it will be. You have received a muscle, unlike the butterfly, which is completely in a relationship with God. And you now are at a different phase where, like a butterfly before, not only you must understand God, but you have to be in spirit because you have this brain, which for the next 150 years is kind of your curse as mankind, seeking for knowledge of God. So the ants, the butterfly, water stone, all life forms of fish, they're in the frequency of God, not wanting to use their brain to understand God. And man is in a perpetual cycle with their brain, struggling with a muscle that the butterfly doesn't have. This muscle can be your blessing, it can be your curse. If you do not control this muscle, the brain, if you do not separate the brain from your spirit, in you trying to take the brain to inject within your spirit the definition the brain knows of God in the books that you found from your ancestors. Those books have defined God. The brain now wants to insert that definition into your soul and your spirit. Your soul and your spirit, being infinite, is resisting that definition. Because that definition of God that your brain knows, it's not sufficient for your spirit or your soul. Now, when your soul wants to be replenished, your soul will go now to nature. And when your hands touch the water and when your feet touches the river, it's satisfying your soul when the sun shines on you. Because these feelings and touch has no definition. For God has no definition. So the essence of life that is coming into you fills your soul. Music, the sound of the birds. This is now filling your soul. Your brain wakes up the next day and goes back into the definition of God. And it fights with the information, the sound from the bird. How dare you try to intercept the injection of my mind telling my soul this is what God is, when your soul is already complete? From the sound of the bird, or the touch of the water, or the sun on your face, your soul is in the relationship with God. But it is your brain. It is all that you have learned in your 60, 50 years or 80-year experience with your mind. It is your knowledge that has now tried to conquer your spirit or soul. So now you have to learn to turn your brain off and let it be obedient to your spirit or your soul. Let your spirit or your soul rise, the infinite part of you, and let it rise without a brain or a definition. Let it rise and receive the essence of the all of God. For it is complete. So your mind has to be controlled by your spirit and your soul. All this information that man has given you in this 150 years experience, it is stifling your spirit. It is stifling your soul. It puts you in disarray. So now your spirit is fighting back. It's waking up, and God is speaking to you.
Is that what they call the awakening?
Exactly. You're going through an awakening of the God self. We are all vessels. When the all is trying to come through you, you're not going to be able to explain it to another human being because it's not for them, it's for you. They call some of these people prophets or whatever. So God is trying to give you a word or a message, and you're trying to explain it to people around you. What you do is use whatever outlets, whether it be your iPhone recorder, a book, or a song, and just document it. The humility is not for people to understand you or you to be understood, because the Holy Spirit can never be understood. If it is your journey to experience this enlightenment, some of us have to sacrifice a great deal and give up material possessions and go in nature. As the essence of God starts to flow on you, you have to leave the world behind to some extent.
That's what I've been praying for. I've been praying for a way that this system, yes, I'm living in the world, but for God to make a way that I can just concentrate on Him. Because that's what I'm feeling inside. Just to concentrate on Him, on nature. The 9 to 5, I can't take the 9 to 5. So I'm asking Him, I know it's possible. How can I exist without being able to pay my bills? That there's nothing impossible with Him. So this is the turmoil I'm going through.
One of the greatest laws of the universe when I teach my students, we can interpret God as a change and a balance. When you use God as a change and a balance, everything that's happening to you, change and balance can solve all of it. Your environment to move to Jamaica is a change for a better balance. Your knowledge can be applied in any society, whether it be Africa or Jamaica. So the change you have to make to have the better balance. You play piano, you're a school teacher, your education. The active movement to use God now. Let's use God. Let's apply God. Instead of waiting on Him to do it, let's apply Him, which is a change in balance. The butterfly obeyed God through a change in balance, not through prayer nor faith. The water does the same thing. The force that describes God is change and balance. Most of our people knowing Him, they wait on the external, but not applying what Him is. Him is a change and a balance. Okay? So within your life, the tool, God the tool, what changes do you have to make to have the balance you seek to be with God? Since God is a change and a balance. That's the perfect harmony. So let's take change and balance and apply it to your life. Let's check her educational credential. Let's say God intended change and balance. He intended for me and you to have this discussion. There are beings here that we could coexist and help each other. And this is God's doing, this conversation. Through my growth and my understanding of God, I teach them. Okay? Because in most cases, some of us have different understanding, and we help each other. Yeah? And I don't care if you're Jehovah's Witness, I embrace you because of the law of coexistence. We have to coexist. And if I'm with love, I have to be able to communicate with you in that basic love, right? So if I'm spiritual or if I've grown with my understanding of God, I'm supposed to be able to share it with you. You're supposed to share Jehovah with me. You see what I say?
Yeah.
And we're supposed to come together and receive each other in that sharing of our strength and how we interpret our gods. Now, this is the problem for mankind. I have my brother Shalom, Elohim, they speak to me. So I share my interpretation of God. So we're all different brains interpreting God different ways, right?
Yes.
And nothing is wrong with that, right? If I could help you on your journey, it's beautiful. I don't care what you believe and how you interpret your God, because we have to come to a common understanding that the butterfly, how the butterfly interprets God is through a change and a balance. The butterfly don't know God. The butterfly and the birds, and the trees, they're using change and balance. The force of God is a change. See how they're changing to balance in the realm we call planet Earth? They're so obedient. The tree is so obedient to the sun. So the sun is, let's say, the tree's God. And it waits for it to come out and give it light. You know? And the tree just sits there and waits for the earth to give it energy. And it's formed into a tree. It's not a dude touching it and making it and grooming it. That dude is a change and a balance. That's what's happening to make the tree grow. The temperature of the sun, the amount of nitrogen in the soil, the wind blowing. God is a change and a balance. So for 50 years, Rondie Pottinger sat and he pondered from within him, and he's on the island, and he's writing a book, and God is telling him, go teach my people that I'm a change and a balance. I'm not a dude. I'm not a guy. I'm not a him. The same God the butterfly has, Rondie, you have to follow that God. But the butterfly doesn't have a book, Rondie. So God taught me to be a vessel to explain God in a different way to these brains that are calling him a he. So they're waiting on him to come to them to rescue them. No, Rondie, explain to them, I'm not a guy. I'm not a man. I'm not a he. I'm a change and a balance. Explain to them that if they apply a change to their life, they will have a better balance with me. This is what the tree does. When the wind blows, the tree bends to have a balance with the wind. That is God working. Mankind in governments, if they change, they will have a better balance. The poor people will have a better balance if they... Oh, okay. Wait a minute, Rondie. You're telling me that God is telling you in your awakening to help others who's having internal conflict, who's understanding God, and she wants to have a better relationship with God, with Him. Well, what is He doing? He is changing and balancing to make the earth. When they said He created these things, the misrepresentation of the word create, since He was all energy, all the time, infinitely, He changed into woman. He changed into man. And when the baby start to grow, the baby balance into a human being. Oh, so the man and woman wasn't created. It was a change from the infinite being called God into flesh. So he is a change and a balance. So let's use God in the issue between Russia and America. Let's change what the Russians believe. Let's change what the American believe, and let's have a better balance. Let's change some of the things that Jehovah's Witness believe. Let's change some of the things the Muslim believe and have a commonality. Now we're activating God. Because if we change some of the things about us, we'll have a better balance and coexistence with others. So what Rondie's mind has done is to learn to interpret God in a way the butterfly functions with God. The butterfly changes its wings to balance with the wind. Let's take you out of your situation. You live in a location in the UK, and you live in certain things in your mind, and you have to have a job, and you have to have a dwelling. Well, let's see what your talents are. Let's start writing some letters to the government, because you need to change your location, whether it be Africa or Jamaica, to have a more peaceful relationship with the all. So, where did you buy land? Or you're going to find chaos everywhere on this planet, even when you have to get now. You scared? You can't be scared. So, okay, what's your talent? How am I going to survive in Jamaica? You're going to change by getting a piano and teaching piano lessons. Or you're going to plant your flowers and sell them. You're going to change your fear level. You're going to change your fear level. So most of us, how do you apply God to you? You change. So many things. And you start seeing the balance. Because you waiting on him, and when you pray, what you're doing as being part of him, you're activating the network of him. Because you're part of God, and you can never be you were never without God. When the system you learned taught you how to interpret God, they start putting God outside of you to search for God. So how they taught you about God is a separate entity making you. They didn't say, God didn't make you. You are a part of God already, having a relationship with God, but you just needed to understand you were just to change and balance in every move you make, because the balance is the judgment. So every move you made, you have to balance it, even with your health, even how you think, your level of fear. So now, even when they taught you your doctrine, even when they taught you how God spoke to the disciples, you have to say, wait a minute. You even have to question how they taught you. To say, wait a minute. Is this how God really spoke to the people? Does my God really want to kill all these babies? What's going on here? So you have to change how much you consume, what you consume from the book to use for your balance. And since the word is coming to you, my dear, in the awakening, the word can never end. The word being your Lord and Savior, as you are brain and as you are mankind, the finite word that you're looking at, there's new words coming to you. And this is your challenge. I'm in company with people like you that's having an awakening, who comes to me for infinite help. I could speak to you in an infinite way. Because now you're in the infinite you. You have passed the stage of books. Here's what's happening to most of our people. I have a lot of students that suffer from schizophrenia. And this is why when I teach them the universal formula, all, which is God, equal change and balance. The state of which we live, the system that they've put us in, America or UK, will evoke a lot of dysfunctionality, whether it be the food, the TV. It will drive anybody crazy. Okay? So our children are not crazy. It is the environment that breeds these human beings that are just 9 to 5 is not normal. Land ownership is not normal. If you back in Africa, when our elders used to speak to the tree, no one said the elder was crazy. But if you go up to a tree right now and says, I noticed you've been standing there for 6 months. What's going on? You didn't call me last night. People are like, oh God, okay, she's lost it. But you're speaking to the spirit of the tree because you have the same spirit as the tree. But she's gone. She's lost it.
Yes.
So what they did, they gave you a book and said, that's the manual to your spirituality. But when that tree spirit wakes up in you, you're going to go crazy because they trained you in this book only to think this way. They trained you in the system only to think this way. So here's your brain and your spirit waking up. You're having the awakening. And you're like, wait a minute. What's this feeling? I feel like I could communicate with a bird and all of a sudden they come. Are you hearing voices? They would ask you. But the old woman in the village in Africa used to, oh, the rain is coming. Go get the stuff. Grandma, how do you know the rain is coming? Because I feel it. The clouds told me. So you have all these women that are going to lose their minds across the world, especially Jamaican women, because let me tell you something about Jamaican women that's unique. Not only they're multi-blood, multi-mixed out of many one people, which means most of the spiritual human beings, you have a part of their genetics, and genetics carry the spirit. Most Jamaican women are going to lose their minds in this new awakening because they've been indoctrinated religiously and faith-basedly, and they move to the world of Babylon. They move to the world in this system that indoctrinated them like this is the way of God. But they're finding God in nature now. And their conflict is starting now. It's like, but I know God is in here. This is the word. But what's this thing I'm feeling over here? Well, that's God too. For all the creatures, Jamaica is your mother. The mother is calling her children back home. You see, your grandmother was an ancestor, my grandmother, and the ones that are chosen to become healers and the ones that are chosen to take up the work of our elders, remember our elders are dead. So who you think's going to replace them? You! They could call you a mad woman for all they want. You're going to be the old wise woman with the little house, planting her tomatoes, writing her book, singing her song, and your daughter's going to have a child, and you're going to be the wise one teaching that child the way of the land. It's just a natural progression. When the land calls you home, it don't care what Bible you believe in, what faith-based system you are. Before you had a brain to be a Jehovah's Witness, nature was with you. I'm a teacher. So we have gone too far in our minds. We've gone too far in our faith, quote unquote, faith-based system, our beliefs, our ideology. And one time I was dating a Christian girl and she couldn't love me because I wasn't adhering to her religion. I said to her, it doesn't matter what you believe in. The nature between me and you will be activated. And when that nature is activated, there's nothing you can do. You see, that is the war, you know. The nature is activated with the butterfly. The nature is activated with the bird. But you see, us human beings, we got this word and we're running around like the word is the most important thing. The butterfly does not have the word, nor a faith-based system. The butterfly is following the law of nature, which is primary. When we wrote that the word was before, of course. What do you think the word is? The word is nature. We developed the word in the Bible from Medu-nature in Africa. Of course. Nature was how we developed language. The word was before. So Medu-nature, the original interpretation of nature, is how we wrote the words, how we understand the sun. How we create religion was from nature, from the stars. So that's why the word was before, because the word was nature. So what happens with mankind, they look in these books and they're amazed at how God is speaking in the book. And they look at the sun and they look and, wait, but God is speaking through the sun too, and the water and the rain. That's how we started to interpret God. That's why we put it in a book. The Holy Bible is the Sun book, the SUN book. That's what it is. It's based on astrotheology. Most of the teachings of the Bible is based on the stars. But they're not going to tell you this. That it was through nature we developed the Word. We developed the Word. It was man inspiration from nature, which we call God. We put God's Word in a book. And that Word taught us how to live among men. As nature had a natural balance, we transfer the Word of God, which was nature, into a book. So God is able to be transferred in different mediums, in all mediums. So he have a book. But when it's time for you to consume the source of the book, the sunlight, the wind, the water, the herbs, that will call you back. And if you do not obey nature, you will not have the balance with God. You could be locked in a hole in a prison with a Bible for 10,000 years. I have a good relationship with God. I'm good. But you don't. You don't. It's in your head. It's not in your body. It's not on your feet. It's not going through your nose. It's not in your hair. God is in your head. God is not in your physical, electrical, magnetic spirit. God is not in your soul. You're not in any relationship with God. God has just been in your head. And when God now wants to be all of you, because God is in the all, you're going to lose your mind because you're trying to keep God in your head, and God can only be in your head. Your head is going to explode because that's what your brain tried to do. Your brain tried to put God in your brain, and God cannot fit in your brain. So then you're going to explode. You're going to be a mad woman running around. Hey, I'm so off balance. They're doing, and then you start saying they're doing stuff to you. There's nothing outside but you inside. You're the one that's exploding inside of you. It has nothing to do with your job, because you, if you had a better relationship with nature and a better balance, you could survive anywhere with your God power, even with the cynical job. The art of survival with God being all places doesn't necessarily you have to physically be in Jamaica. To have a better relationship is first identifying the tool of God, change and balance. So when you go to work, you know how to change your psyche. You know how not to say somebody is messing with you. You're messing with yourself. Every action has to start from within you. Every thought, every process of somebody outside of you has to start from within you. If you close your eyes, they don't exist. Is when you see them, they exist, and how you interpret them to be a damage to you. So you change your thought process that something is happening to you from the outside, when in fact it's happening to you from the inside. You are the cause of it. You know, who's they? But they, I want you to close your eyes and I want you to live in the cave. Do you see them? Are you okay now?
No.
So the they is within us. The mind is playing tricks on us.
Mm-hmm.
And until we put that mind in check, there's a headset I wore for 20 years to calm my mind. And whatever my circumstances, I have to know that it is my change in balance. And whatever sufferation I had to shut my mouth and take the beating and be humble like the tree when there's a drought, because there's a drought for humanity. And this drought, you gotta be that cactus, and there's no water for me. And then you go into the inner core of you, and you say, let it rain, and then it starts raining, and the garden pops up, because you have the power to make it rain. You see what I'm saying? And that's your prayer. That's your relationship. So you want all of this stuff to not happen to you and you to have a better relationship. You command it. So in your awakening, don't blame mankind for nothing. Don't blame the job for nothing. The first thing you change to balance is to blame yourself for not having a better balance with you. Change how you think of the all. You see? You change the word, how you recognize the all as the all, because I teach my students all. The way they taught us about, a Rastaman used to say Selassie. He don't say Selassie no more. He says the all.
Yeah.
Because now he understands that the butterfly is in command of the all. The ants is in command of the all. So I better be in one with the same God that all of you have. I better accept that God and not my own. I don't have a personal God. There's no such thing as a personal God. You can't have a personal God. So what did we do? We tried to hold on to our own brain and ego and shego to have a personal God, so we could hold on to our little selfish self and our salvation and our transformation to go to heaven. It's a selfish, self-serving interpretation of the all. So then we're serving God in our own way. That makes no sense. The same God you serve is the same God I serve. We use different words for it because of our brain. And until we cut off our head and our blood can be our truth from our neck, we will not have a relationship with the all. Our brain has to be turned off. There can be nothing between you and the all but your blood, your spirit, and your soul, and your electrical magnetic energy. And when you get to that level, you're now in harmony. No matter where you are, whether it be UK in the wickedest job or you in a nuclear war, you cannot be shaken because now you're with the all. Your decision, your circumstance can't frighten you, can't be. So as a Jehovah Witness or a Christian, you cannot be shaken. And so now you cannot be shaken because you really have it. You overstand it. You cannot be fragile because it's not outside of you, it's within you. And since the message is coming to you, you better find a recorder or a pen, and the all God will show you what you need to write to follow your commandments. God is giving you your own commandments. Know that you live and that you have lived the righteous way in reading the book, the laws of man and morality, because you have lived the 50 years of following the word and nothing was wrong with it. And you've lived the coexistence and you read the word. You have refined yourself now where the word is coming through you.
Okay.
So now you are the Word. It's not that you don't need it. You've become it. And now you have to write it.
It's transformed me.
Yes, you're transforming. You're thinking you're asking for a relationship with God. You're walking it. That's why people can't understand you. You're seeing it all around you. You're seeing what they're doing to you now. You see the toxic. You see the electric. You're seeing everything. Everything is being revealed to you. Because God is seeing through your eyes.
I see everything.
Yes.
I said, God, why you show me so much?
Yes, because you had the capacity. Now your flesh is not going to be able to deal with it. When you start being a part of the all, which you are now, you're not just a student anymore, you're graduate. You're walking with God now, so God has shown you everything's been revealed to you. Okay, so now we say to you, slow down, you're in the awakening, record everything you feel, don't worry about the people around you, try your best just to get by each day. Shut your mouth. When God starts speaking to you, the first thing you do is shut your mouth. You don't share it. You don't try to explain it. Just document it and go into isolation to a point. Breathe. Balance yourself physically. If you have to run and walk, go run and walk. Change your location. Don't stay in one place because the Holy Spirit's going to come to you. And if you stay in one place, the Holy Spirit could actually destroy your flesh. So you change and balance. The butterfly sees all things. The birds do. They feel all things. The insects know when it's going to rain. So now you're becoming a butterfly again. Just this is a 360 of you, where your brain become less and you're opened up to everything. How do I balance? Rondie's coming so fast. Well, take up your iPhone and record. What do you think I had to do when God started to speak through me? What do you think I had to do? My family said I was crazy. I had to develop my art. I had to find an outlet to express it. And no matter what you say, me leaving the system. Me I own another same. I could heal people they're healing. I could heal people through my teachings. Because I've been there. Done that. My tool is change and balance. So I can't coexist with normal people no more to a certain level. No. Because
I can't.
Because you're walking with God. So when you start walking with the force, change and balance just to tip a toe around them, even your family. But coexist with them on their terms, not on yours. Your terms is bigger now. You expect more. You expect more truth.
Yes.
You expect more discipline. Yes. You expect more. But because you're walking with God, God expects more from us. So you're going to become a bigger entity of them. Go, because you're walking with God, you could lower your frequency at any time to just be like a little dummy around them. Act like them. If they say A, say B. Don't say C. Don't go deep. Don't ever talk like this to them. Don't ever be in their presence, because God is with you. So in my book, when God gave me to write, never stand in the presence of man, for they will never understand my plan. As God is revealing to you, you're going to get the directions. And when you get the directions, take your time and follow them. Obey the law of reality. A madman said to me once, just don't fly off the building. Whatever you do, do not jump. And that's when I knew he recognized that, yep, he's in the frequency. The madman was on the street. I went on to him, like, yes, I'm there. And he's like, whatever you do, don't jump. And I'm glad for that madman. Because if it wasn't for him...
That's not a madman.
It was wise, because he was experienced. He had the awakening. There's no such thing as a madman, but that's what we call them.
No.
The people who have awoken from this toxic life, that's been defined for us. Now, some of those people are here to guide us. And now, me as a teacher who's gone through it, who's found some balance, and I could give to my students a formula of the universe, and I say to my students, remember, my disciple has been schizophrenic for 30 years. And when I gave him the formula of change and balance, he's one of the most healthiest human beings. He teaches me now. If I'm off balance, teacher, mentally, he's there. Nothing. Even still, he's reaching out to the galaxy and stuff. That's a proponent of him. That's part of his spirituality. Just because he's in one place. You see, whenever we don't function for the system, we're considered dysfunctional. But when we function for God, you're going to be functioning for God. And you will be infinitely happy, spiritually happy, because you're functioning for God and not for man. You see. And pastors can't teach you this because they're going to go to scriptures. Did I go to scriptures? I went to one. But do you hear me talking about scriptures while I'm talking to you? No! Because I'm speaking from the scriptures I was given to. And at some point, you're going to be speaking from the scriptures you're given to. Now that you're waking up, you're going to be writing those understanding, overstanding, and understanding. It's a new journey for you, a new day. So since you finish grade 1, which is your faith-based system, your Bible, you're going to grade 2. If you survive grade 2, you'll make it to grade 3, which will be your salvation and peace and tranquility and humility on earth. If you make it to grade 3, you got to pass grade 2. If some of us get caught between grade 1 and grade 2 and we never make it to grade 3. Grade 3 is where you won't come back here on earth in the same misery. Because if at a certain age you only make it to grade 2, you're going to come back to grade 1, go to grade 2, back and forth, and you'll never make it to the butterfly, grade 3, where you don't have a brain, where you don't have a faith-based system, where you have no words in your head, and you have no definition of God. That's grade 3, where there's no information. You're just in peace and bliss and tranquility, where your brain has been shut off. Your brain is not important anymore. Your thoughts are not important. Where you just live, where you just be. And everything...
With the one.
There you go. Everything everybody say is true. Okay. You could accept it all. You could go to a mosque and worship. You could go to a Christian house. Okay. Because now you're in the all. All of it is part of you. And you receive it all as the Word of God. That's grade 3. You see? And that's where you graduate. That's where your brain not stuck to nothing. That's when you're free now. That's when you don't have a definition. Oh, my woman? No, you're a galaxy. You're an infinite being. Mom, what are you? I'm an infinite spiritual being. When were you created? I was never created. I have no beginning and end. I'm a part of God. In grade 3, when I teach my students, when you arrive in grade 3 and the teacher teaches you, says, there was no beginning and end to you. She said, but who created me? You were never created. You changed and you balanced. But who is God? God is not a who. God is a change and a balance. But you're still in grade 2. Take your time. I'm going to leave these books for you. And these are your assignment. Read these books from grade 3. And you might graduate. It's not guaranteed. Because you've been in grade 2 and grade 1 so long. So I was sent to leave you a book for grade 3. Change and balance. So now the words that you used to use in grade 2, over time, you might not learn the manual for grade 3 in this generation, but this book that I leave for you is for the next generation. Because you living here in grade 1 and grade 2 has done a disservice on planet Earth. You see the chaos you live in separately with each other? What you believe in? It's not working. It's insanity. All of you. So God has to send a grade 3 teacher to teach about the universal laws as opposed to earthly laws, manly laws. Define for us, teacher, a law that governs all law in the universe, in the realms that there's no time. There's change and balance. Teacher, teach us the only truth in the universe. Give us the God equation. All equal, change and balance. Only a few have received this teaching that I've given them. Only a few will understand it to the capacity as they live. And they will continue this teaching at grade 3. Only a few of us made it to grade 3 and graduate with honors. Because in order for us to graduate, we have to compress all words into 3. All. All word known to man has to be 3 letters. All. And all has to be something that you could use. Change yourself to balance. That is the law of the butterfly. The law of water, the law of stone, the law of black hole, the law of life, change and balance, the law of insects, the law of emotions, the law of thoughts, the law of divinity, the law of all things and emotions and thoughts and mathematics and black hole and stars and galaxy. All things do only 2 things. Change and it balance infinitely. So God the all is a change and balance. So apply a change and balance to your life. And you will find the peace and tranquility you need on planet Earth. Apply the God formula to your life. Change change how you think about your job. Change how they think about you. Change how you think about you. It's all a change in your environment, which is your body, your mind, and your soul. Use the God formula. One of my students, at the end of me teaching her, for many hours she listening to me, she says to me, Rondie, you always act like you know everything. And I said to her, I didn't get a chance to say this to her. All, which is everything, equal, change, and balance. She proclaimed the only truth to be change and balance. And then at the end, when she rebelled against me, with all human beings will, because their mind is in grade 2. So they will all hate what I'm saying because I'm saying it in grade 3. And a few of them will get it and shut off their brain. Because when you get to grade 3, information is not important. It is the action that is important. Change and balance is not the information. So all information is changing and balancing. All mathematical numbers. So when she said, you act like you know everything, he actually gave you the formula to everything and you didn't get it. And that's why she had to leave the class. Because they've never found a man or a being or intelligent being that knew the formula to God. So now when I give it to them freely with love, they want me to they can't believe that the man walks and here's the God formula, use this. That's a level of infinite humility I have to have something. But if I was a Einstein, a white guy with robe and long, nice blue-eye ear, and I was floating in a cloud, the teacher is back. Consciousness. Consciousness. Consciousness is the teacher. And the consciousness is all around us. And if some of us had patient enough to sit and wait for the consciousness to come in us, So the consciousness came within me, and I was patient enough to shut my mouth and follow directions and shut up. So when a supreme being like you come to receive what was for you, if you were supposed to come, I wasn't going to be physical, because it says never stand in the presence of... So I come to you virtually in the third dimension, so you will never have a chance to meet me, to see me, to touch me. Because in the past, they've destroyed consciousness like this. All the teachers that came before, they've destroyed them physically. So if I'm to be a teacher that come now, I will not come physically to you.
Okay. I've been praying for destiny helpers to get to me, to help me, because I said, God, I know you're blessing me. I know you're answering my prayer, but you work through a man to help a man.
Oh, there you go.
And I said, I need that man to help me, man or woman. That's what I've been praying for.
Whatever help I can give, or I give, it's a blessing to speak to you, because to know that people like you out there with the struggle, to help another one along the way, it's a beautiful... I've done my work, my part. My kindness is for you to just be at peace with you and accept you for all you are, and don't worry. No. I'm going to release my teachings in a book form, and I'm going to leave it that way, because I'm leaving for the mountains. I'm not engaging with people much anymore. Some of them disrespected me, and I'm closing the doors because of that. And for people like you who are humble to receive, I mankind is like that. And if they can't process, like you said, if they can't process what you're saying, they will rebel against you, because it's happening to them, but they can't contain it. And you, with your wisdom and with your journey, is a very destructive energy from human beings. So we have to keep it virtual, so I can live in flesh in peace and tranquility. You see, when I know that a spirit is sent to me like yourself for guidance, I don't turn you away. To us, we're here. Why did you think I couldn't help you? Don't you know that you asked for this, and here it is for you, and you didn't know your prayers are being answered? This is the beginning of you doing your journey to heal yourself. Man created these books and information, and man just tipped the surface of the universe. I always say to my student, your brain only lasts for 150 years, so don't get too full of yourself. And all these stars that you will never know about, chill out. The fact that you know that you will never know is the greatest wisdom. That brain needs to be put in check. And this is why I say the butterfly gets it, because it's so supreme, it doesn't have to think anymore. So thinking is an exercise for a muscle that will die. And so what am I going to do with all this information when I get it? And then when I'm dead, what happens to it? You see? So it's just like what we do with the shigo or the ego, it builds the muscle and it gets stronger and it refines it, and we express ourselves with each other. I was smart telling her all the smart stuff, but when she sang and that thing that came out of her mouth and the tune of her voice, that was bigger than knowledge, more beautiful. Couldn't even challenge it. When I started writing poetry, and this lady beside me who couldn't understand my poetry, but she could understand the book she's reading, different minds, different things, nothing wrong with it. My friend Lisa always say, all eyes see different. So my poetry being so cryptic and metaphoric and beautiful, coming from emotional space, she's coming from an informational space. Different space should be respected as such. You see, so the reason why I'm very happy with watching 700 videos and having all that information in my head and don't have to reference the detail of the information, because I already throw out all the information and I've built a quantum mind with no information, and then the information is not important. It's the result. What am I going to do with all that I've consumed? How will I create an extraction? So then some of us become informational hogs. It's an addiction. It's a drug. It's like crack. And it never stops. So then what happens is the balance has to happen because the brain just keeps on going like a computer. But at the end of the day, when I realized I was just taking in, I'm like, okay, what did you produce? How did it change the world? What is your extract? Where's your book? Where's your work? And how is it affecting mankind right now? You know, what did you do with your life? I'm so smart. So what? You know, so then it's just like the act of implementing what happens to the mind and making that transference. So many times after I reach a certain state, to find that peace and tranquility now, I can live in both worlds, the informational one, but I find the world without information and knowledge and the world without thought, that world, I can't touch it. I can't destroy it. It's beyond beautiful because there's no dimension to it. I can't disagree with it. It's pure. That attainment is pure. The empty mind is purity. The blissful nature of that, you see, is pure happiness because now the mind has gone to the edge of consciousness. So the book I'm working on is called The Edge of Consciousness. You see, I realized at one point in my life that my brain was my demon. It was my enemy. And then I had to separate me from my mind. I had to make the split and know who I am and who my brain is. And every now and then I put my brain in check and I show up in beauty and poetry.
Who are you?
And poetry, you know, like music, vibration that can't be defined, you know, infinite. What change and balance is, it's the edge of consciousness. It's where everything stops. It is not even a pure, it is truth. You can't go above it. It's where the mind stops. Change and balance not being subjective, meaning it happens in physical things, mental things, emotional, in all dimensions at all times. That's what truth is, not mine. And the beautiful thing about the question is, it's not my truth. It is the only truth. Like it is the truth, the only truth, no other truth but change and balance. And when the other humans' mind get to understand what I'm saying, the color of the paint in the curtain is doing it. My feelings is doing it. The seahorse is doing it. Everything is doing just those two things. I wanted to see that in physical. And I know in my ideas that are changing and balancing. In the bank account with the financials, changing and balancing. My taste buds, changing and balancing. The stone, changing and balancing. Are you getting this now? The light way, the moon and the stars. The black way, the galaxy. This is not me. This is not me guessing. This is what's happening all the time. So because my mind was able to go to the edge of consciousness and come back and write that equation that cannot be challenged. And this is why I can apply change and balance to my life to navigate this realm. So this is why it's the God equation. God is change and balance. And that's how we were formed. So when I wrote those lectures and I teach this to my students, they're like, so you're telling me you're special? No. I just recognized something that was special. So special that if you ever get a chance to recognize it in the ants, in blood, in emotions, all change and balance. If you get a chance to recognize God, change and balance. So it's not my truth, it's the truth. Right? And that's the challenge with mankind. They never knew that somebody would find what that truth is. And that's it. There's a bridge between the physical mind and the infinite mind. We were supposed to build a bridge between the two. I built the bridge between the two. And I walk between the two. The physical and the infinite mind. So it's not like so to answer your question, this is why when I say to you, think like a butterfly. Butterfly does not think. And you're like, but Rondie, how do you not think? Aha. You see, and when you identify and you reach to that point where the brain, it's your prison, it's your matrix. So what I did when I wore the headset, I quiet my brain. So it was not me being intelligent. It was a physical process that happened to me. So this teleportation of understanding the infinite mind was not developed through acquisition of information. It was developed through something physical happening to me. That peace and tranquility from wearing the headset and from navigating and exercising and doing my art and keep going without being distracted by information. You see, I teach my students about the understanding, the understanding, and let's call it the overstanding. The galaxy and everything outside. And then everything inside reflects what's inside outside the galaxy. So that's a loop. But guess what the challenge we have in this realm? All the books you're reading, that's called the understanding. So who's the dummy? The one that's understanding the inner and the outer, but can never complete their assignment. Pay attention here. The understanding which are books and information will never fully explain the inner standing or the overstanding. To make it shorter, put it like this. So, if we're all connected in the infinite universe, that means it's one big consciousness. It's not my individual experience that concerns me. In this realm, I'm a man. I went to basic school, high school, college, and I started observing the planet Earth. The planet Earth. The planet Earth with information and books. The understanding was what I was talking about. It's evil. It's temporary. It's for this realm. It's for my brain here. Because I can never understand all the stars in the galaxy. But there's a bigger part of me that can connect with all the stars in the galaxy. What is that part of me? How do I describe it? And how do I make that connection and that commonality? I must figure out what's common in the physical brain and the infinite brain. I must figure out what's controlling or what the force is in the infinite brain that's common with the physical brain. And that force controls both brains. So what we're forced to do here is to stay in the physical brain, but ignoring the infinite brain, which is the forces change and balance. Because if we're truly infinite beings and we're part of the all, well, what are we doing? Not just on planet Earth, but if me and you were string theory, and we're electrical magnetic energy, and we're melanin, and we're dust in the wind, and we're all of these light beams, and we're all of this energy, well, what is our energy doing infinitely, constantly, in all dimension? Changing and balancing. So what is our truth? Change and balance. Then what are we? A change and balance. Then what is God? The all. Change and balance, because I'm a part of the all. So that's where not end and begin, no such thing. That's what I am. I'm a part of a change and a balance. And that's what we call God. So let's apply change and balance to me. You have an argument. I'm going to be silent, and you're going to speak. I'm changing my vocal cords to balance with you. You explain yourself very well. Now I understand you. My brain starts synchronized with you, a balance, because I shut my mouth so I could hear you. Now listening is a change in understanding you is a change in a balance. Listening to you is a change in balance. The communication, it's everything we do. Every time I inhale, my lungs changes. And I exhale. We're breathing. We're walking change and balance. The train. And since the mosquito can't fall in love with the moving train, which we call love, is universal, no. The train don't fall in love with the mosquito don't fall in love with the train. It has to be vice versa. It has to be common. The train is changing and balancing. The car engine is changing and balancing for the car to move. The mosquito is doing the same thing. Whatever is common in all dimension at all times infinitely, that is truth. So T equals C and B. That's the word we call it on earth, change and balance. T equal, God equal C and B, and all equal C and B. So erase the word God and erase the word truth and say all. So now the equation is all equal change and balance. All things, all emotions, all thoughts, all dimensions, all black holes, all melanin, all cycles. Infinitely. When we say all, we means no beginning, no end. Even the nothing is the all. 0 is a number. You start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All is not a number. It encompasses the infinite. So my mind is in a space of recognizing what the all is doing in all dimensions. So then my center, I'm thinking as there's a chair and I look at the legs of the chair, I know the steel is changing and balancing with the temperature on planet Earth in order for the steel to be steel. When I bring that steel to the sun, the steel changes based on the environment to balance, and it doesn't become steel anymore. It melts. So the reason why it's holding up the chair is because of how it was baked. The compounds that make it up, the structure of the chemistry. But they're still changing and balancing based on the environment. So since our atmosphere is what formed us, oxygen came and then Rondie came. Rondie didn't come up with the oxygen, but Rondie's a part of the oxygen. Me and the oxygen is one. So it's not who came first, the egg or the chicken. None came first. Because it's infinite, the egg and the chicken. It's a circle. Okay? There's no beginning and end to the egg nor the chicken. It's an infant. So I'm trying to teach people how to think like a circle. So in religious tone, what happens in the mind of some of us who even are away from religion, they teach us the word create, creator, he, higher power. So the language we have is creating a dysfunctional challenge for our infinite mind. Our physical mind in this realm grew into consciousness. So there was a beginning to our consciousness as physical minds on earth, recognizing earth as we transformed into human beings on earth. We changed into human beings. But the infinite part of us that was always there, and that's a part of the butterfly, me and you, didn't have a beginning. But it is what we call in the beginning, it's when we recognize what's around us. We call it the beginning of our recognition. And then we slept after 7 days, and then it was good. Because we're part of the all. So it's not God speaking, it is our beginning of our consciousness, recognizing what we quote unquote created. We didn't create it. God didn't create it. We recognize it. That's why we wrote about it. And it's compound in our DNA and in our mitochondria. We remember what we've seen even when we were just a unicellular organism. We remembered the growth of consciousness, and we call that our beginning. And we write story, and that experience on earth in this realm is why we have all these books we call understanding. And what we're trying to do is just to coexist with each other with understanding. But because understanding is changing, which change governs all, our disagreement to agree is going to change. So we're always balancing and changing because the information around us is changing. Now we don't have 7 planets, we have 12. So it's a constant confusion for the brain when the infinite mind doesn't have that problem. Because it's not trying to agree to disagree. From an information standpoint, the infinite mind is just changing and balancing. It's living its truth. So then, if when I'm here with you, coexisting with you, and you're reading a book, it's of substance, because that's how we communicate. That's how we exercise our physical brain. But the importance we place on that physical mind is it's too important. So then we can trigger pain in someone else from a disagreement when it's unnecessary. You see, because that brain will never understand fully the all. Never understand. So when I created understanding, overstanding, I realized what was happening. We're stuck on understanding. We're stuck on books, information in this realm. So I had to escape that. With the wealth of so much information and wisdom presented by master teachers, after studying so much, well, Rondie, what truth did you get from all this information? That we're like being Africans and we need to go back and get rid of the white man? But what truth did you gain from your study? For the years of study in these masters? What is your truth? Or what is the truth? And when I came from Africa and I asked my brother, and my student who's been with me for 30-something years, we've been rehearsing this. And one day, I explained it to him. And he says, "Teacher, I think I got something bigger than that." I says, "Okay. It's acceptance and this." I says, "Well, does the butterfly has acceptance in what you just said? Go try again." And when he couldn't find anything greater than change and balance, and he understood what I was saying, that's when he realized what I did. Consciously. Not as a flesh or a black man, but just as a mind. Not a physical mind, an infinite mind. I tapped into the infinite me. And all of us can do this, you see? And in most cases, we do it, but most of us, we can't explain it. Most of us are experiencing the spiritual essence of our subconscious and this quantum supreme intelligence that we all have. But we explain it in terms of planet Earth. But we cannot explain the black hole. We don't know what the black hole is doing in alignment with the seahorse. That equation is necessary to come to closure. You must attain the edge of consciousness when you're living here as man. And if you do that, it's graduation. You made it to the other side of the bridge. The challenge with that personal experience, the seahorse doesn't experience it with that person. Life itself doesn't experience it continuously. That's a motion from an individual, and when they bring back the experience here, it doesn't equal the button on your clothes. There's nothing, it's not equal to the seahorse experience. Change and balance, the happening and the fact is less of an experience and more of a happening infinitely. So the pencil doesn't care about that lucid experience, but the pencil is changing and bouncing. So what I'm talking about is commonality. We're talking about equations. So that's what the teaching of change and balance is about, is re-recognize. You see, if we could find what is common in your lips and the lipstick on your lips and a color on a zebra, what is common between the lipstick on your lips and the color of a zebra? One hair. You see how small I'm going here? That's change and balancing. When the zebra gets wet in the rain, change and balance will occur. When you get a kiss, change and balance will occur. It's always happening. The hair is growing on the zebra, change and balancing. So it's a commonality. That's where my brain went. I wanted to find the equation of all, not just physical objects, but emotions, music, sound, feelings, ideas, which we can't physically touch, but make that common also to a stone. What's in the stone? That's in your emotion, change and balance. So it's commonality. So if you look at it like Rondie is pointing out, he's recognizing commonality. If this is common in all things and dimensions that we don't know, has to, in order for the dimension to be a dimension, it changes and balances. Because the change is constant, and because there's no opposite to change, there's no opposite to quote-unquote God. Balance, there's no opposite. Unbalance, whatever, the word balance is still there. Unchanged, change, the word change is still there. Love, hate, that's the opposite. So commonality has no opposites. So when I found the truth, it had no opposite. Because if it's the truth, it would not have an opposite. It's constant. It's infinite. It's not yin or yang. It's not positive or negative. That's not it. It's the constant which we call change. And that change is always having a balance. And some of these objects we're seeing is the physical balance. But if you should put on glasses the object changes because of your eyes. You see what I'm saying? So now the glass gives you a different perception, and the idea of how you explain an object and how someone will explain it, even the explanation creates a different idea of the story of the object. So even your explanation will form the perception of the object. So two different people, two different objects based on how you tell the story. So when the story changes, you have a different balance or an understanding. So even the stories are following the law of change and balance. And how we receive the information, you see. So to make it even more visual in its commonality. So when we are human beings and we look at insects, we're hardly looking for what's common between the ants and me. We write that we have consciousness and the stone doesn't have consciousness. Not true. Since all is changing and balancing, that is consciousness. So we look at consciousness in a very limited way. Movement, the vibration is consciousness. Okay? So because of this constant movement, looking for this constant balance, that's consciousness. That's what the brain is doing. It's constantly trying to figure things out. So it's constantly thinking, oh, I solved it. Give me another problem. It's constantly yearning to read. It's practicing change and balance in its environment. So am I wrong for speaking like this? Or am I wrong for going to the edge of consciousness? Am I, quote unquote, insane? Will this have any value to the regular man that steals and robs? So when my students practice change and balance within their life, everything they think about doing, they're asking themselves, is this balance? Should I go kill that person? Now that I know what I need to practice, I have to practice a balance and I have to change my thought process or me killing that person. So it's the truth that can apply to man, and that will be man's salvation. When each man practices a change and balance within themselves, they have to question, is this that I'm doing balance? If I cheat on her, will it bring her pain? It's a question. And if it's not creating a balance, what am I doing? So if this is the truth, it must help to alleviate crime and raise humanity consciousness to the infinite level. In time, when those who are listening to this audio can process it. Because that's going to be another change and balance for them to get out of the book they're reading, to build a bridge to the infinite mind that I've attained in my little infinite world. They're going to have to change to now meet me where I am, or where this audio is, or where this thinking is. So they will have to change to receive it and to visualize the bridge. And not just one bridge, but probably, so the idea of us living here and wanting to be part of the all and thinking like the all, and I don't say bigger person or a higher being. So when we say the Most High, what we're saying is the all. So when we see us, we see that we are a part of the all. So that's why we say the Most High. That equates to the all. But Rondie is a part of the all. Rondie is not the all. So Rondie is not I am. No, I am a part of the all. Because the stone does not care that Rondie is I am. Because the stone, I am a part of the all too, Rondie. Not because I can't talk to you. So I respect the stone as I respect myself. Because the stone, the metal, just like the gold, it has a consciousness. And you fuse it with the body, and the body's more complete. With the gold, with the stone. We're consciousizing ourselves with the elements of the earth. Man says to me, Rondie, energy is what we have in common with everything. So then I says, all right, so you have an argument with your girlfriend. I want you to solve a problem with that energy. So go in the room and say, we're all energy. Will that solve the problem? In government? No. The commonality must solve a problem. What it must have. So if we say vibration is what's common in the universe, facts. But it's not a tool. It is true. Vibration, energy, and more different things. But I pulled out something that could work on two people in a situation of love issue or countries at war. If Putin has a change for better balance with America, they coexist and follow the law of coexistence. So there's universal laws that has to come and work. So when you say energy, energy follows the law of change and balance. Change and balance doesn't follow the law of energy. Because it's the action, is what you're doing. They say love is what you're doing. That's like what change and balance is. It's what you're doing to fix government, to reduce the crime. It's a change for a better balance. So this is why energy can't fix politics. Energy can't fix miscommunication. Oh, let's just resonate at an energy and we'll be okay. No. What is the tool? How do we apply, quote unquote, God to our lives, to our diet? When you say energy, it cannot fix my stomach. I'm going to be overweight if I keep eating Twinkies. I have to change when I'm eating Twinkie to have a better balance with my blood sugar level in my body. So you see, even though energy is the ubiquitous, it's not the commonality for the action that's necessary, for the force of the all. So now we know the Bible is talking about this, the cosmology of the stars in the sky, and not characters. We could have a bigger interpretation of that consciousness and put it in its rightful perspective. The Bible being beautiful if we know what it's talking about. But how do we know that? Through language, through going back to the root of the tree. And that's language. We lost sound information. A great man said smell used to be a way we used to read our senses. So our eyes we're using to read, to process to our mind. When we're reading, we don't read with our nose. But we used to read with our nose and our taste. Information used to be in our taste. And our ears used to listen to the drum, and that used to be information. But we don't read from our ears anymore, nor do we read from our nose, nor our taste. So we're one dimension reading from our eyes. So they took away all our senses and gave us just eyes to process information that they script. So why do I need to read all this information again when I could do a dance and play a drum and be connected? And then be fulfilled also, because it's the purpose of reading to gather information so we could win a reading knowledge Olympics. Is there such a thing as a knowledge Olympics? Will we all get a Nobel Peace Prize after how many books? Are we just trying to make a connection to make sense of it all? But I could do that dancing. Because you see, making sense of it all, it's a party. You see, 10 billion books and a block party playing hip-hop music, no different. It's a vibration. It's information. It's changing us. The knowledge is changing us. It makes us coexist. Me, you doing the me and you in sync doing the electric slide. We're in sync. And you look at the world, and we got to do something, and we need something to make us all come to the agreement that we need a new covenant, a new way of looking at life, a new way to move forward. And whether it be racism, and we know there's going to be casualties, but as quantum beings, can we solve some of the problems as we're changing and evolving? I wouldn't even say evolve, as we're changing and balancing. No such thing called evolve. You see what I'm saying? If you're a cycle, you can't evolve. There's nowhere to go. You see? So, if you're a circle, where are you evolving to? A square? You're going to evolve to a line? That's devolve. I was never afraid to be me, but I was more patient than afraid. It's when the student is ready, the teacher is prepared. But it's when the teacher is ready, the students come into the class. Yeah, so it's both ways again. You know, the chicken or the egg, which comes first? None of them. It's a circle. If we don't recognize the higher being that we are part of, we're not going to act like it. If we're giving credit to a deity or another man, we're thinking outside of ourselves. We won't practice ma'at. It is self-recognition, is self-practice, is a self-coexistence. When you go to the edge of consciousness, a man has no option. All human beings are boxed in with that answer. You can't go above it. So what happens to you? You have to obey it. And when you start obeying change and balance, you become more, not say better or good, you have to coexist with what's around you and follow the universal law of coexistence. When you talk to yourself, a butterfly can't talk to himself. You see, again, the commonality. Don't just do it for you. Do it for the ants also. So when you say higher being, talk about a force that's common. So, because when you speak to yourself and you say, and you hear it, a stone doesn't speak. So the action of speaking and then qualifying it with the result, we have to equate it to a stone. So everything you do, this is how great, I'm simplifying everything now. If a stone is not doing it, it means nothing. Because you and the stone are equal. You and the butterfly are equal. You and water are equal. So you're equal. This is the equilibrium. That's what the all is. So then, you're shining, you're a star, you're expressing your shine, but that shine experience don't mean nothing in the equation. You don't make the heavens brighter because of you. All is what brightens the heavens, because all is connected. Has to be equal. So if it's a mathematical problem, there has to be to balance it. Stone have to do it too. Stone is vibrating and changing and balancing. That's why change and balance is so powerful. You smoke weed, the stone not smoke no weed. So I don't care about your weed experience. You talk to somebody, the stone don't talk, so I don't care about what you said. It's about not caring. It's about getting over ourselves. Our feelings, emotions, thoughts, and all of that. And getting back to the commonality of what's happening in the all, you see. So it's not so much of the experience being quantified and say, I did that, so that must be where I'm supposed to be. It's what you are. Whereafter you are a change and balance, and that's what the stone is. So why look for the experience when you, is that all that I'm doing? So I'm searching for what I'm doing and try to feel it and experience it. But I got 150 years to experience it as a brain. So 150 years in the quantum infinity as flesh on earth? This moment, how important is it really? I always love temporary universe and temporary. I said, life is so temporary. I spit and the spit dry up. Who remembers my spit but change and balance? Because it got to go somewhere. It had to feed the ground. The ground got wet. And the grass grew from that raindrop. The only thing that recorded the raindrop was the change and the balance and the seed that grew because of the water that hits the seed from the raindrop. It's the only thing that's happening. It's recording. It's doing something. See, the rain falls. What happens? The tree grows. There's something happening. You see, so am I going to calculate everything that's happening so I could understand the all? Or I'm going to say, I am what's happening. What's happening, man? You, and you, and you. All of us. That's what's happening. So it is man's ego and brain that likes to define the experience. Search, put it in a bottle, label it, say, that's it. But Rondie, why do you have to make inanimate objects a part of our consciousness? Because it's part of the all. The stone is a part of our consciousness. We can never get away from it. Nor the sun, nor the moon, nor the trees, nor the water. We can't get away from our consciousness that's in the all. So why are we caught up with ourselves? This is what I'm trying to explain. Why are we not recognizing the beauty of consciousness and what it truly is? Consciousness is a change and a balance that is common in all. Adjust to what's changing so you could balance with that change that's happening. Go get food and store it like the animals do. See? You see why it's what's happening? Because you see, even the animals obey it. So when you satisfy the hunger, that's the balance. Because we collected the nuts. Because we knew winter was coming. And we wrote these books to remind us. That's also the change in the balance. Before we didn't have books, so we always forgot and jump over the cliff. Scripture that has Ma'atian principle is important. So then we write these books to remind us of what we've done, the cycle. So the books remind us of the cycle so we don't make the same errors and mistakes. So live with righteousness between you and your brother, brotherhood, da-da-da-da-da. We get it. We get it. And this consciousness is your salvation. Yeah, to a point. But your only salvation is change and balance. Only salvation. In all dimensions. Regarding all elements and all things, objects, emotions, and thought. Is the only salvation. Because that's what truly is happening. And what's happening? Your salvation is always happening. I wait 50 years to teach my change and balance. And I say a lot of religious stuff, and I could have said something to people. See, so we have to speak in circular where no one could pick a side. Get rid of the negative and positive. And once you do that, you're speaking quantum language. If we're not speaking quantum language, we're not speaking truth. We can't speak and allow any opposites to challenge us. Can't do that. You see, this is why if the stone don't care about what you're saying, stone is connected to you, so you ain't going to no planet quicker than the stone. Stone has been there, and you just starting out to think that, yeah, I'm powerful than the stone. Stone is older than you in this realm. That's your ancestor. The particle, the microbacteria. So did you really evolve? Did you change? No. Still got the stone in you. You still got the elements of the stone. And you're still looking for the stone to balance you. So you didn't go nowhere. And you can't leave. You see? So the quickest thing we got to know is that since we know we have to obey the law of connection, focus. All right. So now to put this in context, how does change and balance work with the laws? Law of coexistence, law of connection, law of what we call creation because it's a C, law of change, index finger, and the big finger, balance. So balance and the index finger is change and balance. But change, the index finger, changes connection, it changes coexistence, it changes creation, supposedly. So when you put the fingers together, the index finger is controlling, with change is controlling the connection between me and you, is changing creation, and it's changing coexistence. So change, all them finger become change, and the big one becomes balance. If you hold up your right hand, that is the law of the universe in one hand. You say, God has in his hands, he has the whole world in his hands, change and balance. There's two fingers when you look at your left or your right hand. It's just two fingers. It's a big one and the change. And when you open them up, you see them changing and dancing. And you close them again, you change them again. But you control them with like the index finger. Because how they're thinking, a higher being, higher power, most high. Rondie's saying you're messing with your brain. You're causing division mentally. And that's what the war inside it. That's why you can't have no peace because the war is in your mind. You separate yourself in thought and with words, so you have conflict within yourself mentally, verbagely, languagely. So why you can't have peace and tranquility and you keep looking for peace and tranquility when you keep using the wrong words? Now, when I teach you the right word to use, you're going to find peace of mind over time. Does that make sense? Do I want to see a better world and how I could play a role in that? I do whatever little I can to reach whoever I can, to hopefully they can find a balance within themselves. And once they find that balance within themselves, that's how the world starts changing. The man in the mirror, right? You see, each person finding that balance within themselves, because the war is really internal. It's really internal. And the decisions we make and how we live our life. So I've been working on a book called War Plans. My plan is to end the war of consciousness, end the lies, and bring forth the truth. So that was my plan, to demonstrate to mankind that the war is within you. And how we can end this war is by finding out what the truth is. You look at a lie detector. It's a line. So if you're a vibration and an energy, and you're infinite, like a line, or just infinite energy, then when you're off balance, you're like a lie detector. Your frequency is higher, your amplitude. When you're more balanced, you're like a line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a quote-unquote line. So then, if you are in the universe and your infinite line is chaotic, that's what you'll consider hell. The idea of positive and negative speaks of dimension that we live in. The dimensions that has positive, negative, and negative. Okay, I see what he's saying. So you're either balance or off balance. You're not X and Y. You're not negative and positive. The particle that's charged, what we call negative and positive, just has energy. Work with each other. So what we do, because we're a change and we're a balance, you're either off balance, so sin, S-I-N, and the sine curve in mass is the same thing. So I'm a sinner. What does that mean? I'm a liar. I'm a lie detector that has an amplitude line that doesn't look like a beautiful line. So when I look at me as a human being, I'm an energy. Do I want to be chaotic after I quote-unquote make my transition? So when I quote-unquote die, do I want to be a beautiful line energy, or do I want to look like an amplitude of a liar and a thief and a killer? So this is why the judgment, when we're making transition in dimensions, our frequency and our amplitude gets to be chaotic or smooth. So either you're chaotic or you're smooth. So in the universe or infiverse, where do you want to go as near to a line? Or if you're a line detector, you'll take forever to leave the planet Earth to go anywhere when you make your transition. So that's the eternal hell. So to learn how to explain it, we're living among yourself and the Word being your Lord and Savior, using those words that you have written to coexist. Remember, the word is in morality. The word in morality helps us to coexist with each other. That's the purpose of the word. And when the word allows us to coexist, it quote-unquote reduces our sin, our sine curve. It reduces thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not... No, in Ma'at, I did not steal, I did not kill. I'm taking responsibility for it, for the adjustment of my curve. So this lie detector of lie, this journey, until you quote-unquote flatline and we can't measure you here. So flatlining is a measurement in flesh. That's what that is. But the quote-unquote energy as flesh, right, quote-unquote, before we stop reading it in a hospital, it's still that same energy as it quote-unquote died. So are you going to die and go to hell? Or what did you do in the life on earth? Ma'at, how did you live your life? Are you a sinner? Did you have redemption, redeeming qualities? Are you forgiven? Yeah? So did you study the word to have redemption and seek within yourself to calm your line? Did you ask for forgiveness? Did you call upon the quantum infinite universes, which we call quote-unquote God, and say, forgive me for what I've done? You're asking for your line to be straightened out. So when you make the transition, you're not in the eternal loop. So this is how I look at what man is trying to explain in religion. And there's validity to it if you explain it correctly in respects to the quantum universe. You can't explain it to deities in dogmatic locations, geography on earth. You have to explain all things in respect to the all, the energy. How does religion make sense? So we don't throw out religion, throw out the information. So how are we going to change the balance without the information? Are we going to change the information so it makes better sense when you speak about the negative and positive, the alpha and omega? There's no alpha and omega because there's no beginning nor end. Again, the circle. There's no beginning and end. So the fact that there's no beginning and end, the only thing that's happening is the change and the balance. This is why it's perfect. So there's no beginning and end. So the only thing that's happening is a change in balance of the infinite, no beginning and end. So then I want you to look at throwing out negative and positive, make a better statement when you put balance or off balance. So that guy out there is killing, he's not negative, he's off balance. You see? So when the animal goes out and it hunts when it's hungry, it kills when it's hungry. But if it keeps killing, that's not a balance. So cutting down all the tree, that's off balance. It's not that the man that's cutting down the tree is negative. No, he's not balanced with the tree to understand the importance Or he doesn't even talk to the tree because he can't balance with the tree anymore. So I look at it a little different and realize, let's look at the circle and let's never look at the divide. For when we start thinking as just a circle, then we won't even think in division. We won't even disagree. So the main thing for consciousness and brain is not to agree to disagree. It's actually not to even think about it. Let it be. It's not thinking. So then we won't have a war. Does that make sense?